Chapter 1541. If he did not make a decision now, Ning Xiuma, who was enveloped by the golden light, would be struck by the lightning tribulation. Not only would her physical body be destroyed, even her soul would be destroyed. Thus, he had no choice but to attack forcefully. He only wanted to pull her out and protect her in his arms against the lightning tribulation. She might not be able to survive this time, but he could protect her soul. As long as her soul was still there, he could forcefully reverse the cycle of reincarnation and rebuild her body. Ning Xiuma, no matter what, you have to give me a chance. Give me a chance to redeem myself. Give me a chance to explain everything to you. The power of a god could destroy the heavens and earth. The palm wind that contained all the power of a god could not be described with mere words. The blazing white light collided with the golden light, and an extremely terrifying sound of collision rang out. It was truly earth-shattering. The surrounding trees were uprooted from the impact, and their leaves withered. Not far away, the pavilions and terraces collapsed from the impact, turning into countless pieces of rubble that flew into the air. This sound of collision was like a magnitude 8 earthquake. Even the ground beneath their feet was twisted and distorted. Although the martial arts of the Sun Moon sect disciples present were not weak, they were still unable to withstand such a frightening impact. Although everyone tried to defend themselves, they were still shaken into a mess. Those who were slightly weaker directly spat out blood from the impact. The unbreakable golden light finally cracked open under Shun Jiuli's fatal attack. Shun Jiuli was about to fly in. Boom! The golden light that surrounded Ning Xiuma suddenly exploded with a layer of bright red light. That red light instantly filled the gap that the golden light had just cracked open. Shun Jiuli's body collided with the red light, and he was once again stopped in his tracks. Almost at that instant, a thunderous sound rang out beside his ears. A bolt of golden lightning with hints of purple finally struck down. Ning Xiuma, who was within the golden light, did not have any intention of resisting at all. She was directly struck by that purplish golden lightning. Momo! Xiuma! The two figures pounced on the golden light in vain, but they were bounced away again. The golden lightning did not care if the person in the light resisted or not. Once it started, it would strike again and again at the petite figure in the golden light. The golden lightning illuminated the ground, and the brightness was not something that the human eye could accept. Furthermore, the sound of the tribulation thunder was not something the humans could withstand. It was so loud that it caused their ears to buzz. One after another, the sound of thunder exploded in their ears. Almost everyone subconsciously closed their eyes. He covered his ears. Some of the new disciples were so scared that they squatted on the ground, unable to stand up. This was probably the first time they had seen such a situation. Finally, the thunder that shook the sky came to an abrupt stop. Finally, the golden lightning disappeared. Finally, the golden clouds in the sky turned white again, as if nothing had happened. The golden light finally disappeared, but the person shrouded in the golden light also disappeared. There was not even a trace of her in the air, as if this person had never appeared in this world. The wind blew, and there was still the fragrance of grass and trees in the wind, but she no longer existed. Shun Jiuli stood in the same place blankly. His clothes, which were always neatly buttoned, were in a mess. His snow-white robe was stained with blood and mud, and it was almost impossible to see its original color. Embarrassing. For the first time in his life, the venerable sovereign, who was like a god, was in such a sorry state. All of his elegance seemed to have disappeared. He stared blankly at the place where the golden light had once been. It was as if the figure that he loved and hated was still there, as if she had not left. Chapter 1542. Countless memories whistled into his mind and converged into a vast ocean that practically drowned his entire consciousness. Ginseng baby, come into my arms. When he first met her, she grabbed him like he was a ginseng baby. Jiuzun? That's a weird name. Are you trying to be like Dizun? He's an old man. You're not. Be good, be obedient. Would you believe me if I said I came from another time? The guns, cannons and rocket launchers you saw in my dreams are all for my time. Han Shanyue, I don't have any grudges with you, right? Why are you scheming against me? Master Han, I knew you would come. You would come to save me. Great God. I'll call you Great God. In my time, Great God is a very powerful title. It's an honorific. Great God, come, let me tease you. Great God, what do you take me for? Don't tell me you want me to be your concubine. Let me tell you, although I like you, I will never be your concubine. Don't even think about it. Great God, why do you have to wait until Earth rank level 8 to tell me the answer? You're keeping me in suspense again. Forget it. I'll wait until I reach level 8, where nothing now you're not allowed to kiss me again. Great God, you should lose weight. You're so heavy. Great Gamwa. Great God, are you going to be gone for a long time? Okay, 10 days. I'll wait here for you to come back. I promise I'll be good. I won't run around. Wave after wave of memories surged through his mind like a tidal wave. It made his face even paler, his body even stiffer. Memories. All the memories about her were like seawater. Every wave was floating with her figure, her voice, and her smile. She called him Great God. She liked him so much that even a blind person could see it. She was proud because he couldn't give her an answer to marry her, and she didn't want to be intimate with him. She was such a proud and carefree person. She had waited for him on the Tianyin Peak for a month. In the end, she was plotted against by Wu Mo and almost lost her life. She had been locked up by Shui Elan for 10 years. After being rescued by him, she was so happy that she was about to explode. When she was in his arms, she clutched his clothes tightly. She looked like she was crying and laughing at the same time. She was laughing, but her eyes were red. She had always loved him, like moths to a flame. He had asked her to wait for him for 10 days, but in the end, she had waited for 10 years. In the end, he would lose his memory and treat her as a stranger, only treating her as his disciple. In the end, he only remembered her previous life and confused her current life with her previous life. After recovering the memories of his past life, he had treated her as Shui Mo from the start. He had even suspected that she had come to his side for some unknown purpose. Shanjuli, I'm Ning Shuima, not Shui Mo. Don't always put her dead on my head. Why do you always treat me as her? So what if she's my previous life? There's no need for me to always bear her debt, right? Why do you always treat me as her? I've said it before, I'm Ning Shuima, not Shui Mo. She lived a carefree life and didn't want to be burdened by her previous life. But to her, the 2 men in her life both treated her as another woman and erased everything about Ning Shuima. He only remembered everything about Shui Mo, so he always thought that she loved Shuilan. Chapter 1543. How could she know she was wrong? Everything was wrong, no matter if it was the previous life or this life. She loved him, always loved him. She had never loved anyone else. She desperately escaped from that black hole, desperately returned to this continent, just to return to his side, just to have a happy family of 3, but he gave her a slap in the face. I came to sincerely ask Ancestor for advice. Ancestor, do you really want to marry Miss Luzine? Indeed, it has nothing to do with me. It's me who asked. I wish Ancestor and Miss Lu to grow old together and be forever in love. Formed by the Pipa, and then scattered by the Pipa. Ancestor, the fate between you and me ends here. He slapped her, who had a miscarriage, away and left with another woman. Shinjuli, I hate you. You will regret it. Scenes of the past were as clear as yesterday, and all his memories came back. She was proud of herself. She was smiling. She was angry. She was happy. She was smiling. It turned out that even without the existence of the previous life, she had truly walked into his life. She was Ning Shuima, not Shui Mo. She was a free and unrestrained woman from another time and space. Not the demon princess who carried too much on her shoulders. Shuima. His body trembled more and more, and his face became paler and paler. Amnesia. He was a coward in the previous life. In order to forget her, in order to not suffer anymore, he made such a frequent amnesia oracle. But he didn't expect that after going around in circles, he would fall in love with her again. And because of this damned amnesia, he would completely lose her now. Ning Shuima, You are ruthless. Using such a tragic method to choose to let go. Using such a tragic method to take revenge on me. Ning Xiuma, how can you be so ruthless? How can you? You can't. I can't let you go like this. Even if I have to reverse heaven and earth, reverse yin and yang, I want you back. Xiuma, didn't you do everything possible to let me recover my memories? I recovered. I recovered. You came back, bastard. In the end, you killed her. Shuilan finally came back to his senses. His eyes were completely red. Red light shot out from both of his palms as he recklessly attacked Shunjili. Shunjili didn't even know how to dodge. He just stood there, and the candlelight around his tall figure seemed to elongate his back. Rong Yuishinlin was finally angry. He didn't expect that Ning Xiuma would end up like this. When Ning Xiuma disappeared after being struck by the tribulation lightning, his heart almost sank into hell. He blamed himself and regretted it. Before Shunjili left, he asked him to keep an eye on Ning Xiuma and not let anything happen to her. However, he thought that she was too stupid to do anything and left her alone in the house. Now that Dizwa had caused such a ruckus, he had to take half of the responsibility. If he had stayed by her side and explained everything to her the moment she woke up, perhaps she wouldn't have forgiven Dizwa temporarily. However, she wouldn't have been in such despair to the point where her hair turned white. She wouldn't have not resisted the tribulation lightning at all and wouldn't have allowed others to block it for her. She was clearly asking for death. She was clearly using her final and tragic method to take revenge on Shunjili. Rong Yuishinlin had been busy helping Shunjili break the golden light. When Shunjili broke the golden light with his palm, he was almost deafened. He was also busy helping the Sun Moon sect disciples who had vomited blood from the shock to quickly recover. He didn't want more people to die because of the Emperor's loss of self-control. Chapter 1544. When the golden lightning of tribulation came crashing down, he knew that everything was over. Now that he saw Shui Ilan attack Shunjili, he was enraged. He lifted his fan and blocked Shui Ilan's killing moves. Are you crazy? Shui Ilan, if it weren't for you coming to the island to cause trouble, she wouldn't have left Carefree Island. If it weren't for you shamelessly sticking by her side, Dizwa wouldn't have had those misunderstandings. Do you still have the face to blame him? Shui Ilan, you are the bane of their relationship. Shui Ilan's face paled once more. He staggered back several steps and slumped down his sleeves. Yes, blame me. Mo Wuji suddenly laughed. Blame me. Momo, I've wronged you. With a wild laugh, he flew up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rongyue Tanlan didn't think that Mo Wuji would leave so quickly without any hesitation. He finally relaxed. In these troubled times, if this demon were to go crazy here, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he looked up, he saw Shunjili's movements. His complexion changed. Shunjili stood there, turning a deaf ear to everything around him. His slender, jade-like fingers were dripping with blood, but he didn't care. His fingers moved in the air again and again, and a white light burst out from his fingertips. This was the most powerful soul-summoning technique. With his own divine power as a guide, even if someone's soul was scattered, he could use this technique to summon back a few wisps. Dizwa, you can't do this. Rongyue Tanlan rushed over, wanted to stop him. But Shunjili clearly had an enchantment around him. Rongyue Tanlan was blocked outside, causing him to panic. Not only was using this method to defy the will of the heavens, but it also consumed a great deal of divine power. If something went wrong, Shunjili might disappear. Not to mention that Shunjili had used forbidden techniques and divine power again and again. He was already at the end of his tether. Rong Yuishinlin even found that there was a white light overflowing from his body. This was a sign of the 5 decays of celestial beings. If this great god was allowed to continue like this, perhaps the only god in the world would no longer exist. However, Rong Yuetian couldn't find any way to stop him. Shunjuli's movements were very fast. After a while, he slowly stopped and looked at his fingertips. His fingertips were empty. He had already used such a method, but he couldn't even summon a fragment of her soul. He didn't say anything. Instead, He took a light breath and used it again. Rong Yuetian watched helplessly from the periphery as he used it again and again in despair. Shun Juli seemed to have sunk into madness, or perhaps he had sunk into an abyss of despair, using such a method to punish himself. The air around him seemed to have sensed his emotions. The originally clear sky was suddenly overcast with dark clouds. Thunder and lightning flashed in the distance one after another. He did not know where the heavy rain had come from. The birds in the sky screamed and soared into the sky. The mountains nearby and the ground beneath his feet were trembling. If God's emotions were too intense, it would affect the climate of the entire continent. It might even cause the sky to fall and the earth to crack. The consequences were unimaginable. If this went on, he would also die. Rong Yuetian knew that she should stop him, but she couldn't think of any way to do so. She was so anxious that she walked around in circles. Her hand accidentally touched something in her sleeve. It was hard and slightly warm. There seemed to be an ancient aura circulating on it. When Shun Juli's palm struck the golden light, it had caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Chapter 1545. When Shun Juli had struck the golden light with his palm, it had caused the sky to fall and the earth to crack. Coupled with the continuous strikes of the golden lightning, the surrounding large rocks flew up into the sky and fell down one after another. One of the small stones coincidentally fell on Rong Yuetian's shoulder, causing a bruise to appear on his shoulder while he was busy. He was about to brush it away when his fingers accidentally touched it. He actually felt a little ancient aura from it. Thus, he casually stuffed the stone into his sleeve and forgot about it in the midst of his busyness. Now that he had accidentally pinched it again, he took it out to take a look. The rock wasn't big. It was about the size of a pebble and was bright red. There were flowing lights changing inside it. He could even feel a little divine power from it. His heart skipped a beat. This rock wasn't an ordinary rock. It seemed to be alive and full of spirituality. It definitely wasn't something that could be produced by the surrounding mountains. What was even more strange was that the aura on it seemed to be similar to Shun Juli's. Rong Yuetian was used to recognizing treasures, but it was his first time seeing such a strange rock. He looked at the red rock and suddenly thought of Ning Xiuma's red dress. This small rock seemed to have fallen from the sky after Ning Xiuma was struck by lightning and disappeared. Could it be a relic refined by Ning Xiuma? No, a relic shouldn't look like that. No matter what, this rock appeared like that. It also seemed to have Ning Xiuma's aura. He didn't hesitate and waved the rock in his hand at Shun Juli. Diesel, look at what this is. It has Miss Ning's aura. Shun Juli, who was desperately summoning the spirits, suddenly froze. In the next moment, he had already stretched out his hand to Rong Yuetian. Give it to me. Rong Yuetian placed the stone in his palm and quietly approached him. Dizwa, take a look. Oh my God! He could finally get close to Dizwa. Rong Yuetian clenched her fists in her sleeves. Just as she was about to use her celestial technique to knock out Supreme God, who was already at the end of his rope, she suddenly saw his expression as he held the small stone. She was stunned. The hand seal that he had just formed was also silently released. He stared at Shun Juli with his eyes wide open. The ancestor's expression was very strange. It can't be. That stone was really Ning Xiuma's. Shun Juli was holding the small stone, and even his fingers were slightly spasming. A child. The moment he sent his godly power into the stone, he sensed a child's aura. To be more precise, it was the aura of the soul of the fetus in Ning Xiuma's womb that he could not find in the heavenly book mountain. That soul had left its mother's body for such a long time, but it was actually very complete. It was even more complete and healthy than when it was in its mother's womb. After all, this was his child. It was the blood of father and son. When he sent his godly power in, that little soul first shrank inside. Then it stretched out a small hand and tried to touch his godly power. Then it simply hugged his godly power with its hands and legs and even rubbed against it. He did not expect it to be hiding here. He did not expect it to still be alive. This was the child that she cared about the most, the child that she cared about with her life. If he could find a step earlier and let Ning Xiuma see it a step earlier, perhaps the outcome would be different. Unfortunately, until the moment her soul dissipated, she still did not know this good news. He held the small stone tightly and looked up at the sky. His body trembled slightly, but he did not speak for a long time. Chapter 1546. When she was Shui Yamo, she stuck to him every day like a dogskin plaster, as if she wouldn't be able to live without him. But in the end, she still didn't hesitate to take his heart blood and leave, all for the sake of saving that man, the man she had depended on for 300 years. Because of that mistake, he lost a disciple in the immortal world. He lost a wound in his heart that could never be healed. He didn't care that she was a witch from the demon world, but he couldn't ignore the man by her side. She hurt him time and time again for that man, and each time she did it without hesitation. In the end, she even left with that man and disappeared for 10 years. In these 10 years, she had never appeared. Back then, when he placed her in the medicinal cauldron to refine the devil in her body, he had left a part of his soul to protect her soul. Later on, when she was rescued by Shui Ilan, he had never taken back that small part of his soul. That was why he was able to sense her whereabouts in the Tianci continent. When he wanted to find her, he was able to find her accurately. Even if she went to outer space, as long as she wasn't too far from the Tianci continent, he could sense her. For example, the immortal country. When he came back from the immortal country, he was extremely dispirited and locked himself in a place to cultivate. Probably because his mood was too unstable. During his cultivation, his anger leaked out along with his divine qi. As a result, the entire Tianci continent suffered a disaster. At that time, the Tianci continent would sometimes rain heavily, and sometimes cold winds would blow. Even in the summer, snowflakes would dance. The climate was extremely abnormal. When he found out, countless crops had frozen to death, and countless people had starved to death. He knew that he couldn't go on like this, so he left the Tianci continent. Probably because his mood was too unstable, or maybe because he was too unlucky, he was hit by an abnormal ray that suddenly appeared in the sky. This ray didn't take his life, but it caused the wound in his abdomen to explode. In the end, he fainted in the country of Jade Water, which was full of fox immortals. He was saved by the Jade Water Fox clan leader. He was a god and wouldn't get hurt easily. Once he got hurt, it couldn't be cured by normal treatment. In addition, his mood was unstable, and he didn't have the desire to heal, so it was even harder to heal. It was the Fox clan leader who sacrificed his own fox pearl to heal his injuries. When the Fox clan leader lost the fox pearl, he lost more than half of his power. When it rained, the Fox clan leader experienced the heavenly tribulation at this time. He couldn't withstand the lightning tribulation, and his soul dissipated. Before he died, he entrusted his daughter, Lu Xing, to Shun Juli and asked him to take care of her on his behalf. When Shun Juli was injured and unconscious, it was Lu Xing who took care of him. Shun Juli didn't tell her his real name and just casually said that his surname was Di. Therefore, this Lu Xing happily called him Brother Di every day. He didn't want to have too much interaction with the Fox clan. Originally, he planned to leave after repaying the debt of gratitude, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. From the Fox clan leader, he knew that Lu Xing was carrying a disease in her womb. If a person with this disease couldn't go through a thunder tribulation before he was 3,000 years old, his body would automatically ignite with the red lotus hellfire, and his soul would disappear from the world. Although Lu Xing was pretty, her talent wasn't that good. It had been close to 3,000 years, but she had only reached Earth stage level 9. She couldn't advance to Heaven stage, so she couldn't go through a thunder tribulation. Chapter 1547. The Fox clan leader's last request was to ask Shun Juli for help. No matter what, she had to undergo the lightning tribulation when she was 3,000 years old. Shun Juli agreed. Shunyi's promise was worth 10,000 gold. The spiritual energy in Jishui country wasn't as dense as in Tianci continent. In order to let Lu Xing reach heaven rank within 10 years, Shun Juli brought her back to Tianci continent. Lu Xing was a nine-tailed fox, and Shui Imo's original body was also a nine-tailed fox. Although he was injured by Shui Emo, he still had a special feeling of caring for nine-tailed foxes. He placed her in a place with the densest spiritual energy to cultivate and gave her all kinds of elixirs to nourish her. However, Luzine was indeed useless and couldn't be compared to Ning Xiuma. In these 10 years, her psychokinesis progressed slowly. She cultivated to the critical point of Earth rank level 9, but she just couldn't pass it. Shinjuli was too lazy to explain his actions to his disciples. Almost on the day he brought Luzine back, he didn't wait for her to take a breath and threw her to a place with the densest spiritual energy for her to cultivate in seclusion. That place had dense spiritual energy and low risk, so Shinjuli was very assured and didn't care about her for a year. In the end, after she was released, Luzine's cultivation didn't improve much, but her grievances did. Whenever she saw Shinjuli, she would cry like raindrops on pear blossoms. She was locked up to the point that she couldn't speak. Shinjuli rarely felt guilty, so he followed her request and brought her down the mountain to see the world. Luzine took the opportunity to ask for this and that. Shinjuli didn't lack money the most, so no matter what she wanted, he would satisfy her at any time. Luzine loved to laugh. Her laughter was like a silver bell, which easily influenced others to laugh with her. Shinjuli stayed with her. Although he didn't have any thoughts, he didn't annoy her, and his mood was a little better. In those years, there was no news of Ning Xiuma, and he couldn't sense her at all. But after all, she had a part of his soul. He knew that she was still alive, but he didn't know which corner she was living in. He understood that it was time for him to let go. He also had to walk out. Otherwise, the heavenly bestowal continent would suffer another calamity. Therefore, he was also trying his best to adjust his mood so that he could return to his former self. If he wanted to return to the past, he had to return to living alone. Moreover, he was not in the mood to let anyone else stay with him at the heavenly sound peak, not even Luzine. Therefore, other than going to places with dense spiritual energy to cultivate, Luzine had always stayed in the small courtyard that the Sun-Moon sect had specially built for her. Every year, Luzine's old illness would act up for 2 days. Shinjili had to use his psychokinesis to support her from time to time in these 2 days. For the sake of convenience, he emptied the miscellaneous hall next to the bedroom. When he was treating her old illness, he let her stay there. Once he had overcome his old illness, he immediately asked her to leave. As the final stage approached, Luzine still had no intention of going through the lightning tribulation. Her body was getting weaker by the day, and her old illness was acting up more frequently. In the end, it was almost once a month. Shinjili knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Since he had promised the Fox Clan leader, he couldn't go back on his words. There were only 2 ways to help Luzine go through the lightning tribulation. The first was for her to rise to heaven-ranked level 1. The second was for them to get engaged. To be Shinjuli's wife, she had to go through the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation that the God Empress had to go through was the heaviest. And Shinjuli didn't even think of marrying the God Empress now. Although he was heartbroken by Ning Xiuma, he didn't think of marrying a God Empress to make things worse. But Luzine's lightning tribulation was imperative. Therefore, he had an idea, and that was to get engaged. Chapter 1548. The lightning tribulation that Luzine had to go through during the engagement should be about the same as when she ascended to the heaven stage. The engagement was just a formality. After helping Luzine overcome the lightning tribulation, he could cancel the engagement at any time. Of course, he didn't want Luzine to misunderstand and have any thoughts about him. Therefore, he told Luzine about the pros and cons in advance. He also made it clear that after helping her overcome the lightning tribulation, his promise would be fulfilled. He would send her back to the country of Jade Water, and they would have nothing to do with each other in the future. Everything was explained very clearly, and Luzine also agreed very readily, agreeing to it without hesitation. This betrothal was actually a deal to fool the heavens. Shinjuli did things according to his heart and didn't have any taboos. If Ning Xiuma was by his side, he naturally wouldn't use the engagement to fool the heavens. However, he had already given up on Ning Xiuma and returned to being a bachelor. An engagement ceremony that could be canceled at any time was nothing to him. He thought that he didn't care about the engagement ceremony, but when the day came, Ning Xiuma's figure kept flashing in front of him. His state of mind started to become unstable, and he had the urge to cancel the engagement ceremony. However, the date of the engagement ceremony was already the last day of Lizine's lightning tribulation, so he couldn't cancel it. However, he didn't expect Ning Xiuma to suddenly appear at the engagement ceremony. When she asked him if he really wanted to marry Lizine, he couldn't say no in front of everyone. Otherwise, when the engagement ceremony was over, the lightning tribulation wouldn't arrive on time. Moreover, when he saw Ning Xiuma, his state of mind was extremely unstable. There was a hint of joy in his anger and sadness in his joy. He thought that she was here for Shuilan again. In the end, Ning Xiuma smiled and gave him her blessings. She even danced for him and Lizine. Finally, she smiled and left. From the beginning to the end, he didn't see her sad expression. She was smiling from the beginning to the end. At that moment, his heart, which had finally calmed down, was once again stirred up by her. Looking at her smile, he had the urge to tear her apart. At that moment, he sadly realized that he hadn't forgotten her at all. He simply couldn't let her go. After she left, Lizine wanted to continue the wedding with him. He was frustrated and wanted nothing more than to follow Ning Xiuma and drag her back to ask her what she wanted to do and what she was thinking. At that moment, his mind was in turmoil. Lizine reminded him a few times, but he didn't hear anything. It wasn't until the clouds in the sky suddenly rolled and the tribulation clouds appeared that he finally came to his senses. Lizine had actually leveled up at this time. He heaved a sigh of relief. According to their previous agreement, he rose into the sky to block the lightning tribulation for Lizine. Logically speaking, this kind of lightning tribulation didn't mean much to him. However, because Ning Xiuma had just come and severed ties with him in such a way, he was often distracted even when he blocked the lightning tribulation for Lizine. Probably only a venerable emperor would dare to be distracted while blocking the lightning tribulation. Of course, his injuries were also more serious than he had expected. After blocking the lightning tribulation, his promise to Lizine would be considered complete. Naturally, there was no need to complete the engagement banquet. Therefore, after he came down, he didn't care about anything at the engagement banquet and went into seclusion to recover. Before he went into seclusion, he also instructed Yelu Jing and to send someone to take care of Lizine. After her injuries were healed, she could be sent back to Jade Water directly. There was no need to repay him. However, he didn't expect that something so irreversible would happen. When he looked back, he was already 100 years old. Everything couldn't go back. Chapter 1549. Xiuma, our child is back. When will you come back? I will let you come back. Then come back to my side. Rong Yuetian looked at him with trepidation. Although he didn't know what Dizwa was thinking, he knew that the small stone he had picked up had a big effect. Most importantly, Dizwa's spirit seemed to have returned a little. Dizwa, he called out tentatively. Tianlan, prepare some things for me. Shun Jili said, naming a list of things in one breath. Being able to ask for things was a good thing. At the very least, he wouldn't seek death in the near future. Rong Yuetian agreed without hesitation. Shun Jili held the small stone as if it was the most important treasure in his life. His figure flashed and disappeared. Rong Yuetian also disappeared. The things Dizwa wanted weren't easy to find, so he had to make the best use of his time to get them. Only the disciples of the Sun Moon sect were left looking at each other in dismay. Their faces were pale, and they didn't know what to do. Everything that had happened just now was like a nightmare to them. Ning Xiuma disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The ancestors seemed to have gone crazy. Almost everyone present could feel the bone-piercing sorrow coming from him. When a god grieves, all living things are hurt. At that time, the emotions coming from the ancestor infected everyone present, making them feel inexplicably flustered, trembling, and wanting to cry. That kind of god's sorrowful aura made it hard for everyone to breathe. Tears streamed down their faces, and they couldn't lift their heads. The 8 great guardians, the 10 great elders, and the 13th senior brother all had deathly expressions. They didn't expect the ancestors' feelings for Ning Xiuma to be so deep. They also didn't expect this outcome. Ning Xiuma was injured by their hands. They had actually injured the ancestors' most important person. Even if the ancestor didn't punish them, they were already so regretful that they wanted to commit suicide. The 13th senior brother lowered his head and looked at his hands. He had shot out one of the 2 psychokinesis swords that pierced Ning Xiuma's heart. His master had treated him with kindness as heavy as a mountain, but he had destroyed the person his master cared about the most. A short sword suddenly condensed in his palm, and he stabbed it towards his own heart. 13th martial uncle. One of the protectors reacted quickly and grabbed his hand that was holding the sword. "I'll let you down, master." 13th senior brother's face was filled with grief. 13th martial uncle, you can't be blamed for this. Ning, Martial Aunt Ning did it on purpose. After all, she killed a disciple of the Sun Moon sect. You weren't wrong to give such an order. Just as he said this, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "It's alive!" 13th senior brother and the others were startled and immediately looked in that direction. One of the disciples, who had just been placed down and killed by Ning Xiuma, suddenly sat up. His face was full of confusion. I'm not dead." 13th senior brother's heart skipped a beat. He flew over and checked Sukei's body. Then he lowered his hands, and the regret in his heart grew even stronger. That disciple's back had been stabbed by Ning Xiuma, and a lot of frightening green blood had flowed out. Moreover, he had died on the spot. That was why people thought that he had been killed by Ning Xiuma. However, after careful examination, they found that the wound wasn't deep. The poison wasn't a life-threatening poison, but a poison that could make people appear to be in a state of suspended animation. In other words, Ning Xiuma didn't really want to take the lives of these hostages. It was just a means of coercion. Chapter 1550. In other words, Ning Xiuma did not really want to take the lives of these hostages. It was just a means of coercion. Everyone immediately checked the injuries on the other 3 hostages. They were exactly the same as the first one. They believed that they would wake up soon. 13th senior brother took a step back and looked at the direction where Ning Xiuma had disappeared. He had mixed feelings. He thought that his junior sister had really turned into a demon and could kill without batting an eyelid. He did not expect it was his fault. It was because he had taken things for granted that he didn't investigate the specific injuries of the murdered disciples that he made such a huge mistake. He suddenly raised his hand and cut off the tendons in his hand. He then raised his head with sweat all over his forehead and coldly instructed the disciples, "Our sect has made a mistake and caused irreparable losses. Now, we are cutting off the tendons in your hands as punishment. When the ancestor returns, we will go to our master and apologize with our lives." Miss Ning is the most important person to the ancestor. Although she is dead, we have to clear her name. No one is allowed to disrespect her. The Sun Moon sect was the #1 sect in the world. When one wanted to clear someone's name, it was naturally very easy. Hence, a few days later, when people mentioned Ning Xiuma in the Tianxi continent, no one dared to slander her. The martial arts world was spread about her deeds of saving people. There were even some commoners who started to set up a memorial tablet for Ning Xiuma and offer incense. These were all stories for later. After more than 20 years, Marquis Ning's residence still maintained its original look. The current owner of Marquis Ning's residence was Tom. He managed Marquis Ning's residence well. The pavilions and terraces were still the same. The only thing that changed was the people who used to live in Marquis Ning's residence. The servants had basically all changed. Uncle Zhong had also passed away. When Shun Julie arrived, he did not alarm anyone in the residence. He directly entered the house where Ning Xiuma used to live. It was obvious that Tom was still very loyal to Ning Xiuma. After so many years, there was not a single change in the furniture. Every item was wiped clean. Even the comb and mirror that she used in the past were still there. It was as if she was still living here and had never left. Shun Julie slowly sat on the gums, his fingers gently stroking the bedding. Although Ning Xiuma hadn't lived here for long, This was her first stop in this world. Therefore, if she still had a remnant of her soul, perhaps there would be a trace of it here. Everything was still the same here. Shun Juli sat there, and it was as if he could see the woman he yearned for day and night was still here. He sat with his eyes lowered, and a familiar pain came from his heart. Shuama, no matter what, I will definitely bring you back. I don't believe that I won't be able to save you even if I use all my strength. He moved his finger and was about to use the soul-searching technique when a voice came from his sleeve. This is the place where my mother lived? I want to see it. The voice was extremely tender and childish, but the words spoken were very adult. Shinjuli didn't say anything. He took out a small blood-red stone from his sleeve and placed it on the table. The blood-red stone flashed and appeared to be semi-transparent. There was a small fetus swimming happily inside the stone. Shinjuli studied this stone for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out what it was. However, he could see that the spiritual power of this stone was very strong. Although it looked very small, the space inside was very big. His son's soul could happily roll around and grow in it. Chapter 1551. The space inside the red stone was a real mustard seed space. That day when he found his precious son hiding in here, he had always kept it close to him. When Ranguishinlin gathered all the things needed to revive the children, he took it out and used his divine power to draw its soul out. He didn't expect that the little guy would hug his divine power and play on a swing at first. When it realized that he wanted to take it out, it immediately let go of his divine power and swam into the depths. It was obvious that it didn't want to come out. Normally, little souls would be eager to be reborn. He didn't expect this little guy to be different. Shun Juli had to coax it and tell it that he wanted to revive it, but the little guy didn't buy it. It just hid there and didn't want to come out. Shun Juli was impatient and wanted to use force to force it out. He didn't expect that before he could do anything, it would cry like a baby. Its cry was heart-wrenching, and it could even call for its mother. Shun Juli had never dealt with such a small child in his life. He didn't know if other children were as naughty as this. When it cried for its mother, Shun Juli's heart softened. He couldn't bear to force it. Although the little guy wasn't immune to his divine power, it seemed to be very wary of him. Ever since it realized that he wanted to get it out of the red stone, it had been avoiding him. Rongyue Tanlan, who was watching from the side, wanted to laugh. She gave an idea to the ancestor. Dizwa, children need to be coaxed. If you tell it about your identity, perhaps it will listen to you. After all, it is its biological son. Shun Juli paused. Then, he told the red stone his identity. I am your father. I won't harm you. I just want to save you. The red stone flickered for a long time. Finally, the little baby's confused voice was heard. Husband, I'm a baby boy. Shun Juli was speechless. Wasn't this child a little too precocious? It was still in its mother's womb. How could it know so much? What he didn't know was that when Ning Xiuma was pregnant with it, she chatted with it almost every day. Gradually, it learned a lot. Shun Juli explained to it, I'm not your husband. I'm your father. He felt that this word was probably too difficult for such a small child to understand, so he changed it to something easier to understand. I'm your father. The red stone paused for a moment and suddenly flicked. The child angrily replied, I'm your father. Puffed. Rong Yuetian, who was beside him, spurted out unkindly. When Shun Juli glanced at him, he immediately coughed and said, This child is indeed the son of God. He is so precocious. Dizwa, take your time to communicate with it. This Xiao Xian will go and prepare other things. Shun Juli naturally suppressed the urge to smash the stone against the wall. He slowly communicated with it and talked to it. After all, it was the nature of father and son. After some difficult communication, the child finally acknowledged him. Through the conversation with the child, Shun Juli also knew that there was another universe inside the red stone. It was simply a natural place to nurture a fetus. The child had only stayed here for a few days, but regardless of whether it was wisdom or soul, it had become much stronger. Shun Juli originally planned to cage the child in his body after he was resurrected and nourish it with his own flesh and blood. Now that the stone had this function, he didn't need to force the child. However, it wasn't appropriate for the child to be in a soul state. Therefore, he took out the small body he had made for the child and let the child's soul enter it by itself. Chapter 1552. Therefore, he took out the little body that he had made for the child and let the child's soul enter it. Then he cast a spell to send the little body into the red stone. This stone was also strange. After the fetus entered, it automatically produced a liquid filled with spiritual energy, wrapping the fetus within. The little thing swam around inside, as if it was in its mother's womb. It was very comfortable. Shinjuli only needed to drip a drop of God's blood on the stone every day. The little guy grew very fast in the stone, even faster than when it was in its mother's womb. When Shinjuli brought it back to life, it could not speak very well. It was a little confused. However, after more than 10 days, it was able to communicate with Shinjuli normally. Shinjuli realized that his child was a chatterbox. Whenever it was free, it would chat with him in the stone. It even complained that he was not as talkative as its mother. Shinjuli was initially annoyed by the noise and wanted to ask it to shut up for a while. However, when it mentioned its mother, it immediately made his heart ache. For the first time, he chatted with it for a while. Shinjuli wanted to look for Ning Shuima's soul everywhere. Naturally, he would bring it with him. The father and son were inseparable. The little guy was very curious. No matter where they went, it would come out to have a look. This time was no exception. It had already taken shape in the small stone. It looked like a standard fetus, but it matured much earlier than other children of the same age. Its limbs, head, and face were completely humanoid. At this moment, it swam over and looked at the scenery in the stone. It murmured, "It turns out that Mother used to live here." It stretched out a small hand and put it on the stone wall. "I really want to touch this place." It blinked its eyes and said with a sad voice, "Nianma misses Mother." Shinjuli's heart ached. Since the child could talk to him and recognized him as its father, it often cried and said that it missed its mother. It missed its mother's voice and wanted her to talk to it. Later on, it probably knew that it was useless to think about it, so it did not often say this. However, it often repeated some of the words that Ning Shuima once said to it. It was about to cry when it was about to cry. When it was about to cry, it comforted itself. Mommy said that men bleed but don't cry. They can't cry casually. Once they cry, they will be cowards. Only girls can cry. I'm a baby boy, I won't cry. I want to be a real man after I'm born. After comforting itself like this, it was able to hold back its tears. Ning Shuima had taught her child well. He knew so much. Shinjuli was gratified, but his heart ached at the same time. If she was still alive, if she was by his side right now, how happy would their family of 3 be? Unfortunately, Lord Father, can you really find Mother and bring her back? The little guy looked at him from inside the stone. Yes. Shinjuli only replied with one word. He calmed himself down and began to perform the ritual. A moment later, his arms slowly fell. This time, it was the same as countless times before. He still could not find a trace of her soul. Every time he went to a place, he would start with a weak hope, but he would be disappointed. These days, he had been to countless places. They were all places that Ning Shuima had been to and stayed in. Every place was a place that she used to miss. Now, the scenery of those places was still there, but the person who held his arm and enjoyed the scenery was no longer there. Her shadow was in all these places, but he could not find a trace of her soul. Chapter 1553. She really didn't seem to have existed in this world. There were only 2 possibilities for this to happen. First, she really had nothing to live for in this world. So, she didn't want to leave any place that she liked. Second, she didn't die. She was reborn somewhere. And, according to the situation at that time, the first possibility was the most likely. As for the second possibility, wherever a reborn person landed, there would be a strange phenomenon. It wasn't that he didn't have this kind of faint hope, so he had already given the Emperor order. Sun Moon sect, other sects, and even the entire Tianci continent, as long as they heard of any strange phenomenon, they had to report to him and investigate. But no, he didn't hear any news about this. He even personally went to the demon realm to investigate, but there was nothing, As for the other continents, he had sent all the disciples who could pass through the space gate to different continents. Now, there was no news back. Every news that came back was disappointment. Although Shun Juli was a god, he couldn't bear to be disappointed again and again. When people were at the end of their rope, they would seek immortality. When immortals were at the end of their rope, they would seek immortality. When a god was at the end of their rope, who would they seek? Father? Father? The small stone bounced into his palm and bounced there. Shun Jili looked down at it. The little fellow's ability was getting stronger and stronger. It could already control the stone to jump around. Is there still no mother here? The little fellow asked cautiously. The little fellow withered for a moment. It was also hit by this kind of disappointment that its little heart became stronger. Then, Father, can we rest here for a night? This is Mother's bed. I think the three of us can lie on this bed. Although the child was a god's child and was stronger than ordinary children, it was still a child. It wasn't even born yet. Even a newborn child longed for its mother's embrace, let alone a small fetus like it. Although this stone was good, it didn't have the warm and stable feeling of being in its mother's body. It longed for its mother's embrace, longed for its mother's breath, longed for its mother's voice. Unfortunately, it couldn't obtain these longings. Shun Juli's heart ached. Originally, he taught his child to be independent and not be influenced by emotions. But now, all right, he replied. She spread out the blanket that she used to cover herself with, loosened her outer robe, and laid on the outer side of the bed. She placed the small stone in the middle of the inner side. Little stone rolled around in the quilt. It was obvious that he was looking for his mother's scent. After rolling a few times, it stopped next to his arm and stopped moving. Obviously, it didn't smell Ning Xiuma's scent in here. After all, this was the house she used to live in 20 years ago. Even if these blankets were from the past, after so many years of drying, how could they possibly retain her scent? Little Shurtu was listless and didn't say anything. Shinjuli's heart ached unbearably. He paused for a moment, then took out a set of clothes from somewhere and placed it in the crook of his arm. This set of clothes had been worn by Ning Xiuma before, and there was a little bit of her aura on it. He had always been reluctant to take it out, for fear that the aura would dissipate every time he took it out. But now, for the sake of the lost child, little Shurtu froze for a moment under the clothes and suddenly jumped up. Chapter 1554. Little Stone froze for a moment under the clothes. Suddenly, he jumped up and directly jumped into the clothes. He rolled around in the clothes. Mother, mother, mother's smell. It seemed to be crazy with joy. It manipulated the little stone to roll around every corner of the clothes and greedily sniffed the smell inside. After rolling around for a while, it suddenly cried out, Mother, when will you come back? Nyema wants to hear her talk. I want to be hugged by her. Perhaps it had been suppressed for too long. This time, it finally could not help but cry. Shinjuli did not speak. He only hugged the clothes and the little stone in his arms as if he was still hugging her and the child. He closed his eyes slightly. In the dark night where no one could see, tears slowly flowed from the corner of his eyes. Shuamal, where are you? How can I find you? The little guy was tired from crying. Finally, it crawled into the abdomen of the clothes and curled up there to sleep. Occasionally, he could hear it sobbing. Although the sound was soft, it was like a whip whipping his heart. His heart was very painful. It was like a drill slowly drilling there, making his whole heart convulse. He did not make a sound. He closed his eyes and slowly waited for the pain to subside. A few stars were shining outside. It was late at night, and the little guy was already asleep. The color of the red stone had also dimmed. It seemed that it had fallen asleep with the little guy. Shun Jili sat up and looked at the stone for a long time. He knew that the stone was not from this world. From the little guy's long-winded talk, he knew that Ning Xiuma once went back to her own time. She had many friends there. Of course, the little guy's mind was not fully developed. At that time, it was in its mother's stomach and could not see anything. Its perception of the outside world was basically based on listening. It listened to the people there and listened to its mother talking to it. Therefore, when it talked to Shun Juli, it was not coherent. Sometimes it would even confuse Zhang San's story with Li Si's family. Every time it talked about its mother, Shun Juli would not interrupt it. Instead, he would encourage it and listen to it greedily. Then, he slowly organized and connected the dots according to the known clues. Through guessing and guessing, he was able to get a pretty good grasp of the situation. He knew that Ning Xiuama was lost in space and almost suffocated to death. He knew that she went back to her own time, but desperately wanted to come back. Shun Juli had recovered the memory of his previous life. He knew how much Ning Xiuama wanted to go back to her time. She went back and desperately wanted to come back. Of course, it was because of him, because she could not let him go and she could not bear to leave the child in her womb. This small stone was given to her by her friend. She had put it in her storage space at that time. After that, too many things had happened, so she had probably forgotten about the existence of this small stone. At that time, Nianma was trapped by Lizine. His little body was killed. His soul panicked and ran around. He accidentally bumped into the little goon Nianma, and the little goon Nianma immediately wrapped him up. The miscarriage also hurt Nianma's soul. He slept in the little goon Nianma's stone for a long time. If Shun Juli did not check on him, he would still be sleeping. After all, he was the son of God. He was naturally sensitive to the power of God. Chapter 1555. After all, it was the Son of God, so it was naturally sensitive to divine power. Therefore, after it stayed by Shun Juli's side, it recovered faster and faster and became more lively. Now, the child was safe, but the child's mother was nowhere to be found. Shun Juli sat alone in the quiet night for a long time before he got out of bed. He picked up a pen and paper and started to draw. The person in his memory was very clear. He could draw her appearance even with his eyes closed. As he drew carefully, a woman gradually appeared in his drawing. Her lively eyebrows and slightly curved red lips were all in his memory. He stood in front of the table and drew one picture after another. Each picture was of her in a different form. Some were smiling, some were angry, some were shy, and some were proud. Every picture was of her, and every picture was vivid. It was as if the person in the picture was looking at him. His heart seemed to be hurting more and more. On the contrary, he liked this pain. Only with this pain could he feel that he was still alive. It was as if he was punishing himself. He couldn't draw a picture of sadness. No matter how much he drew, no matter how vivid his drawings were, they were just drawings after all. He couldn't touch her, hear her, or feel her. The paper on the window gradually became clear, and the sky gradually brightened. Another day passed, and another morning came. Another day of hope, and finally despair. He was drawing to the end of another painting when there was suddenly some movement behind him. Pa! Little Shirtu jumped onto the table. It had probably just woken up and was still a little confused. It jumped on the edge of the table and swayed, almost falling down. Shun Jili caught it and put on the table. Be careful. Little Shirtu swayed again, and the little guy's gaze fell on the painting. Is this Mommy? It's so beautiful. Your mommy is the most beautiful. Shun Jili replied. In this world, in his eyes, there was no woman more beautiful than her. The little guy was obviously happy. It jumped on the painting. This is the first time I've seen Mommy. It stretched out its little hand and put it on the stone wall, as if it wanted to touch the hand of the person in the painting. This hand had gently touched it through its belly countless times, letting it feel the warmth of being protected. In the past, every time it used its little hands to touch its belly, it would get a response from its mother. It even heard its mother humming a strange song, something about a big-headed son and a small-headed father. Big hands holding small hands and walking to the end of the world. More than once, she had used her hand to touch its little hand across her belly. She had even made a promise. Baby, you're going to grow up and be born soon. Then, Mommy will be able to hold your hand and walk. At that time, I can take you to play a lot of things. Therefore, at that time, Nianma had an obsession to hold his mother's hand and walk with her. It must be a wonderful feeling. Now it finally saw its mommy. Mommy was as beautiful as it had imagined, but she refused to raise her hand to match fingers with it. Nianma felt a little wronged. He tried to kick it with his little feet and nudge it with his little butt. The painting was just a painting, and it would not give him any response. In the end, it simply jumped onto the hand of the painting. "Mommy, hug me." Shun-Julie felt a suffocating pain in his heart. Some of the little guy's unconscious movements often made him have the urge to cry. He put down the brush and held the little shirtu in his palm. He touched it with his finger across the stone wall. "Father will be with you. In the future, Father will hold your hand and walk with you." He could not continue. Chapter 1556. Nianma carefully touched his finger and asked, "Father, will you leave me in the future?" "No." Shun-Julie made a promise. "I will watch you grow up." Nianma pouted. "Mommy said the same thing, but she did not want me anymore. I miss her so much, but she did not come back to see me. Your mommy loves you the most. Don't worry, as long as we work together, she will come back." "Well, let's look for her again." It was easy to coax a child. He was finally happy again. He jumped on the table again and looked at the stack of paintings. "There are so many mommies. Can I have one to look at?" While he was talking, he had already stretched out his little hand and tried to pull a painting across the stone wall. Perhaps he had practiced a new skill in the stone wall, or perhaps he was obsessed with it. The painting flew automatically as if it was pulled by an invisible hand and drilled into the stone wall. When Shun-Julie wanted to stop it, only a corner of the painting was left. Little Nianma cheered from the inside. It really came in. Oh, it melted. The paper was just ordinary paper, and the painting was just an ordinary painting. Naturally, it was not waterproof. However, there was amniotic fluid around little Nianma. When the painting went in, of course, it became soft and wrinkled. The paint on the painting was also blurred. "Wow, Mommy is gone," little Nianma cried. Shun-Julie was annoyed. He quickly cast a cleaning spell to melt the paint inside so that the liquid inside would not be contaminated and make the little guy sick. After everything was done, he added a small waterproof wizardry barrier on one of the paintings. Then, he used a spell to send the painting in. Finally, the little guy was happy again. Shun-Julie suddenly seemed to notice something. He waved his sleeve and put the small stone on the table into his sleeve. There was a sound of footsteps outside the door. The person paused at the door. "Shiwamo, are you back?" The voice was young and magnetic. It was a little retroflex, and the tone was a little strange. Shun-Julie was slightly surprised. It was Tom, the chastity-testing beast. He coughed lightly and said coldly, "Come in." Tom was startled. His hearing was amazing, so he still had a deep impression of the ancestor's voice. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately pushed the door open and entered. "Greetings, ancestor." Shun-Julie waved his hand and asked him to get up. His fingers moved slightly, and a wisp of aura quietly circled around Tom. Then he lowered his eyes. Tom didn't have the aura of Ning Shiwama's soul. Tom was still a little uneasy when he saw the number one person on the continent. Ever since he became a human, he had also grown up. However, the speed of his growth was a little slower than that of a normal human. She looked like she was about 16 or 17 years old. Shun-Julie didn't usually talk to people casually, but now he talked to Tom for a while. He knew that Tom and Ning Shiwama were from the same era. He wanted to know more about that era and their transmigration experience. He now suspected that Ning Shiwama had returned to her own era after the calamity. However, when Tom passed through the Treem people, he fell unconscious and woke up as a beast. Although he was familiar with the things of that era, he didn't know how to go back. Shun-Julie didn't get any valuable clues from him, so he turned around and left. "Father, where are we going to find Mommy?" A voice came from his sleeve. Nianma was very curious. These days, his father had taken him to many places. The ice field, Mount Yuehua, Chongkong Kingdom. Chapter 1557. Both father and son had left their footprints in every place, and little Nianma gained a lot of knowledge. Every time they went to a place, his father would go in a hurry and then return slowly. Little Nianma was still very sensitive. He could clearly feel Shun-Julie's emotions, from hope to disappointment and then to despair. Every time they went to a new place, his father's emotions would go through the same cycle, which made little Nianma feel a sense of unbearable weight. "Father, we will look for Mommy slowly. There is no rush. Don't be sad." The little guy was very considerate when necessary. "Okay, Shinjili only responded with one word. He also felt that his emotions were probably affecting the child too much, so he took a breath and said, "Let's go to the Kirin clan." Little Apple brought Hong Ti to the Sun Moon clan to seek refuge with him. At that time, he had just recovered the memory of Shui Mo and recognized that Little Apple was Long Chuan's relative. Moreover, at that time, he was preparing to expel the devil in Ning Xiuma's body. He did not want Little Apple to disturb him, so he simply sent it back to the Kirin clan. As for Hong Ti, it was a devil phoenix. Although it did not do much evil, there was evil in its body. It could easily strengthen the power of the devil in Ning Xiuma's body if it stayed with her. Therefore, Shun Juli sent the little phoenix to a forbidden place with purifying power to practice. It would take at least 20 years to purify it successfully. The location of the Kirin clan was very secretive. Only a few people in the entire Tianxi continent knew about it. Shun Juli was one of them. One of his apprentices was born here. More than 3,000 years ago, he was injured and woke up here. They had not seen each other for 10 years, and Little Apple had grown a lot. Initially, it was discriminated against in the Kirin clan. When Shun Jili sent it back, it was specially taken care of, so its kind did not discriminate against it. Moreover, Little Apple had learned a lot from Ning Xiuma and Shun Juli over the years. It was no longer an ignorant person. After returning to the Kirin clan, Little Apple also made up its mind that it should practice hard so that it could face its master in the future. Therefore, it had been practicing in isolation for the past 10 years. When it heard the news of the Dizun's arrival, it immediately rushed over. It was already able to transform into a human form. Now, it looked like a 13 or 14-year-old boy. Dizun, where's my master? This was the first thing he said when he saw Shanjili. Back then, it and Ning Xiuma depended on each other for survival. In its heart, Ning Xiuma was no longer just a master with whom it had established a blood contract, but a friend who had gone through life and death together. In these 10 years, it missed her very much. However, it could not enter and leave the Qilin clan as it pleased, so it could only endure it. The Qilin clan was isolated from the rest of the world and was not on the Heavenly Bestowal continent. Therefore, the events that happened on the Heavenly Bestowal continent did not reach the Qilin clan. Little Apple didn't know that Ning Xiuma had gone through a tribulation and her soul had been destroyed. When it saw Shun Juli, the first thing it thought of was Ning Xiuma. Naturally, it asked the question it was most concerned about. Shinjili did not speak. He extended his divine sense and circled around Little Apple. His fingers slowly lowered. It could be said that Little Apple was Ning Xiuma's most important thing when she was alive. Now, there was no trace of Ning Xiuma's soul by its side. So, where should he go to find it? Dizun, is my master still cultivating? Little Qilin had a bad feeling in its heart, so it tried to ask in the best direction. Shinjili did not speak. Kirin continued. Chapter 1558. Shun Juli did not say anything, so Kirin continued. Dizun, I don't think we should let her stay in one place to practice. She is so outgoing, and it will be very uncomfortable for her to stay in one place all the time. In fact, I'm also practicing. Why don't you bring me back? I can practice with her and relieve her boredom. Shinjuli clenched his fists in his sleeves. If only he knew where she was practicing. Since he could not find her here, Shinjuli did not want to waste any more time. He turned and left. Kirin knew that the Dizun had always been indifferent and did not like to talk. However, since he came and specifically looked for it, there must be something he wanted to talk to it about. Why did he leave without saying a word after taking a glance at it? Kirin had always been with Ning Xiuma, so it had always been brave. Once it was anxious, it would even dare to talk back to the only god in the world. It had been worried about Ning Xiuma for 10 years. Now that there was finally someone who knew about it, how could it allow him to leave so easily? In a flash, it appeared in front of Shun Juli and said, Dizun, please say something. Hey, father, is this mother's guardian beast? Before Shun Juli could say anything, a sharp horn of a red stone emerged from his sleeve. Kirin opened its mouth wide, as if it was struck by lightning. Father? Mother? A stone? Its master was married to the great god. She gave birth, and she gave birth to a stone. These three nouns were simply three thunderbolts, shocking the little Qilin so much so that it couldn't come back to its senses for a while. I want to see it. The red stone jumped out of Shun Jiuli's sleeve and directly jumped on Kieran's head. Kieran was speechless. It was stunned. Shun Jiuli still did not say anything. He still spoiled his son very much. Since Nianma wanted to see the Kieran, he would let him have a good look. Thus, with a wave of his sleeve, little Apple's body shook, and it immediately returned to its original form, a majestic green Qilin beast. Little Stone bounced and rolled around on its body. Your scales are so slippery. The colors are beautiful too. Zun. It's my master's. The little Qilin stood there stiffly and couldn't speak clearly. Master was clearly a human, so how could he give birth to a stone? Could it be that the ancestor's original body was a stone? It was really possible. The ancestor was so cold and stubborn that he was really like a rock. Kieran's mind was instantly distracted. The little rock was still bouncing around on its body, but it didn't dare to move. It was afraid that the little rock would fall to the ground and cause problems. After little Shurtu had enough of jumping on its body, he flashed again and jumped between its eyes. Kieran hurriedly raised its head and focused its eyes in the middle. It almost became cross-eyed. Darling, slow down a bit. Is your mother really Xiuma? Yes. Little Stone then leaned on Kieran's face and looked at its eyes. Your eyes are so big. As it got closer, Kieran finally saw that there was something else in the little rock. There was a little baby lying there and staring at it. A stone fetus? Sun Yukong? When Kieran was with Ning Xiuma, it heard her talk about the journey to the west, so it knew that Sun Wukong jumped out of stone. At that time, it only heard about it. It didn't expect to finally see a living one. There was actually a little baby in the stone. The little baby's facial features were very beautiful, and it looked very pink. This was its master's child. Chapter 1559. Although Kieran was puzzled, it was still very excited. It raised one of its claws and carefully removed the stone from its face. Let me see you. How did you get into the stone? Where's your mother? Mother has disappeared. My father and I are looking for her, but we can't find her. We can't find her. Shen Yinma felt wronged. He blinked his eyes and was about to cry. This little guy's every frown and smile was extremely infectious. When it pursed its lips, the little Qilin also felt sour in its heart. At the same time, it also felt that something was wrong. What do you mean by disappeared? She disappeared again? Was she taken away by Shui Ilan again? She disappeared for 10 years because of this. After all, Shen Yinma was still a baby. There were some things that he could not understand. He did not know why his mother disappeared and how she disappeared. Therefore, he only wanted to cry. I don't know. Mommy doesn't want me anymore. She doesn't want my father anymore. We have been looking for her. There was nothing in the world that Shun Jiuli could not find. After all, she had a child. She loved children so much. How could she leave the child and disappear for no reason? Kieran suddenly raised its head and looked at Shun Jiuli, who had been standing next to it silently. Great Master, what is going on? My master? Shun Jiuli was slightly stunned. He had not heard the title Great Master for a long time. Now, he heard it from Kieran. He felt a stab of pain in his heart, but his tone was calm. Ninma, come here. Let's go back and look for your mother in other places. Okay. The little stone was about to jump out of Kieran's hand. Kieran quickly held it tightly, mainly because it was afraid that it would fall to the ground. How are you going to find your mother? Father said that we will look for her soul. Once we find her complete soul, she will be able to come back. Shin Yinma told it what he knew. Kieran's body suddenly shook and its eyes widened. Her soul is gone? It suddenly raised its head and looked at Shun Jiuli. Zun, her soul is gone? Yes. This time, Shun Jiuli finally replied with a word. Kieran felt as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. After a long while, he said, Why? Did his soul scatter? Who hurt her? Me. Shun Jiuli's answer was always so concise and comprehensive. Kieran was instantly enraged. Blood rushed to his head. Why? Did she do anything wrong to you? I'm the one who let her down. Kieran's eyes reddened. She likes you so much. What right do you have to hurt her? In a fit of anger, he slapped out with his claws. A beam of blue light struck Shun Julie's chest. Shun Julie didn't dodge and let the blue light hit him. Kieran's martial arts had already reached a very high level. At the very least, he had reached Earth rank level 7. This time, it furiously struck out with its claws, which contained almost all of its power. Even if it hit a metal plate, it would still be able to create a large hole. However, after it hit the D-Zune, his body did not move at all. It was as if he was not the one who was hit. He did not speak anymore. He just raised his sleeve, and the small stone in Kieran's hand automatically flew into his hand. Nianma, let's go. He turned and left. Kieran was speechless. It angrily turned around 3 times in the same place. No, it wanted to go out. It also wanted to find its master's soul. Of course, it also wanted to know the truth. It was its master's family. It could not let her die without knowing the reason. Chapter 1560. Father, you are bleeding. Little Nianma jumped in Shun Julie's palm and tried to see him clearly. Shun Julie's lips were indeed bleeding, but he used a cleaning spell to remove the blood. However, his face looked paler. Why did the Kieran hurt you? Little Nianma was angry. Just now, it wanted to bite the little Qilin in the stone, but before it could do anything, it was brought back by its father. It should have done something. Shun Julie only said 5 words. Kieran was Ning Xiuema's family. If her family wanted to beat him, he had no reason to fight back or avoid it. He did not even use his telekinesis to defend himself and took the hit. Although it was painful, what he needed now was a kind of pain. It was as if she would be able to come back after the pain was over. There was a surge of blood in his chest, but he forced himself not to show it on the surface. Little Nianma tried his best to look at him in the stone. After a while, he suddenly cried, Father, I don't want anything to happen to you. Mommy is gone, and she doesn't want me anymore. Father, you can't lose your soul too. You can't lose me too. I don't want to be an orphan. Mother always said that orphans are very pitiful. He cried so loudly that it almost broke his skin. He was extremely smart. Obviously, he could see that his father was almost hurting himself. He did not seem to want to live anymore. The child's cries were heart-wrenching. If it could come out, it would probably cry by grabbing his collar. Shun Julie was shocked. He was indeed a little desperate now, and he was indeed tired of the world. That person was gone, and half of his life seemed to have been taken away. Every day and every night was a torture. Every moment was a heart-wrenching experience. But now he still had Nianma. Nianma had already lost his mother. He could not lose his father too. Shun Julie raised his hand and patted Little Stone. No matter how upset he was, he did not want to affect the child. He smiled and said, Don't cry, Nianma. Father is a god, and his soul will not disappear. Father will not abandon you. He will always be by your side. Nianma is a man. A man will bleed, but not cry. Crying is the behavior of a bear. Stop crying. If you continue crying, you will drown the baby around you. Little Nianma stopped crying and corrected his mother. Mother said that this is called amniotic fluid, not fetal fluid. Your mother is right. All right, don't cry. He held the stone and shook it gently. The little fellow felt as if it was in a cradle and finally fell asleep. Shun Julie was afraid that he would hurt his vital qi by crying, so he dripped another drop of divine blood into his body. Looking at his face, the little baby's facial features were exquisite. The corners of his lips and nose were a bit like his mother's, and his eyes were like his own. This temper, Shun Julie could not figure out who Nianma took after. It was definitely not like him. Although he did not remember how he looked like when he was a child, he should have such a cold temper. He was the kind that did not care about anything. Unlike this little guy, who cried and laughed at times, he was also very talkative and lively. His tears and laughter could affect people's moods, making people want to treat him well. In this aspect, he should be like his mother. His mother was probably like this when she was a child. When she laughed, it was as if the sky was clear and the moon was bright. It made people want to hug her. When she cried, it made people feel gloomy, making them want to hug her even more. Chapter 1561. His gaze fell on the sword hanging at his waist. The workmanship was exquisite and the materials were exquisite. It was not some divine weapon. It was just that the materials were a bit special, and it was quite good for ordinary self-defense. The moonlight sword was a gift from Ning Xiuma. He remembered that when she gave it to him, he proudly hung it on his waist and walked around the Sun Moon sect, wishing that the entire Sun Moon sect knew about it. Later on, he lost his memories of Ning Xiuma, and this sword was always left in his storage space, gathering dust. Only when he recovered his memories did he remember this sword and hang it on his waist again. His fingers caressed the sword inch by inch, as if he could still feel her aura and her temperature, as if he could still see her proud appearance when she gave this sword to him. This was the material she obtained after fighting the Moonlight Winged Dragon for close to a month, and it was her blood, sweat, and tears. The sword was still there, and the person who gave it to him, the familiar pain in his heart came again. He lowered his eyes slightly, standing in place for a while. He had already walked around the heavenly bestowal continent, so he should probably go to the immortal nation to take a look. After all, many things had happened between them there. Perhaps, he could find a part of her soul there. He turned around and headed towards the immortal nation. The outside world was already turned upside down, but it was as if time had stopped in the immortal nation, and everything was still the same. Shun Juli walked slowly on the streets, and even walked around the shops from time to time. He hid his true appearance, so he was no different from the citizens of the immortal nation, so no one noticed him when he walked around. These were the places he had visited when he was with Ning Xiuma, or when Ning Xiuma had just crossed over. Now that he was revisiting these old places, he felt a sense of loneliness. Things remain the same, but people have changed, and tears flow before speaking. These were the words Ning Xiuma had once recited in front of him when she was still alive. At that time, she was hugging his neck in his embrace, and reciting these words was just a forced expression of worry for the sake of creating new words. Who would have thought that it would become a motto? He strolled around the immortal nation. From time to time, she would buy a few things. These were things that she had bought in the past, and she liked them very much. Now that he had bought it, there was no one else to give it to, so he could only put it in his storage space. He even bought another steam bun. The steam bun was like a lantern when held up, and like a chrysanthemum flower when put down. Every fold of the steam bun was filled with an artistic aura. He remembered that when he brought her here for the first time, the first thing she bought was this, and she ate it with great relish. He slowly ate the bun. The steam buns were actually very delicious, but when he ate them, he felt that his mouth was bitter and his throat was dry. Shen Yinma had also woken up. He peeked out from his father's sleeve and stared at the half-eaten bun in his father's hand. He asked curiously, "Father, is this delicious?" "Yinma wants some too." Shun Juli flicked the stone shell with his finger. "You can't eat it now. You can eat it when you're born and have teeth." Shen Yinma pursed his lips and reached out to touch his head. "Father, when will I be born?" Shun Juli paused for a moment. It's often said that after 10 months of pregnancy, the melon falls when it's ripe. You are 6 months pregnant now, so there should be another 4 months. Shen Yinma turned over and splashed water with his little feet. "So long." Shun Juli stuffed him back into his sleeve. "Grow up well in there. Grow up quickly." Chapter 1562. After Shen Yinma's torment, the pain in Shun Juli's heart seemed to have lessened a little. He had used the soul-searching spell to search every place he passed by, but he still could not find a trace of Ning Xiuma's soul. Therefore, the possibility of her being there was almost zero. It began to rain without them noticing. The wind carried the drizzle with it, and it brought a touch of coolness to the front of their clothes. The people around them held up their umbrellas, and the streets were full of colorful umbrella flowers. It was very beautiful. A couple who were holding hands ran past Shen Juli. They shared the same umbrella and laughed as they ran past Shen Juli. When they passed by Shen Juli, the woman could not help but look at him. The couple's conversation could be heard in the wind. "Hey, why is that person not holding an umbrella? His hair is wet." "Baby, you should be concerned about your husband. My hair is a little wet too. You can have the umbrella." "No way. I will be sad if you get wet. Let it rain on me." "Will the lock we just fastened be damaged by the rain?" "Don't worry, it won't. The bronze lock is not afraid of the rain." We want to be together for a long time, so the lock will naturally stay together for a long time. The two of them ran away as they spoke. Julie's heart ached. He strolled and walked towards the Lover's Bridge. The Lover's Bridge was full of dense locks. Each lock was a hope, a hope. Julie's fingers gently stroked the locks, and his eyes were in a trance. He seemed to see the girl in red coming with a sky-blue umbrella. Great God, should we also put a lock here? This is very interesting. A lock can lock a relationship? What a joke. Just tie it, just tie it. It is just a good luck. Do you not want to be with me for a long time? All right, as you wish. Then what lock should we tie? Bronze lock. Iron lock. Hey, where did you find a jade lock? Iron and copper can produce embroidery, but this item will not produce embroidery. Although the jade lock looks good and won't rust, it's afraid of falling. If it bumps and bumps, it might break. Don't be afraid. With the support of telekinesis, I'm not afraid of falling. You're so thoughtful. Then we'll tie it up and wait for me to carve some words. Some distant memories, the longer they were, the clearer they became. The clearer they were, the more heart-wrenching they were. The things that were once careless were now indescribably blissful. Only when they truly lost it did they realize that it was a wound that could never be healed. Just thinking about it was painful to the bone marrow. There was an umbrella in his hand, and it was exactly the same as the one she had used back then. Standing on this bridge again, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. Julie didn't know how long he had been standing on the bridge. It was so long that his sleeves were wet and his cheeks were cold. He remembered the fate of the jade lock. She had taken it off and destroyed it before throwing it into the water. He opened his palm, and the broken jade lock lay there quietly. There was a deep line between the names Julie and Ning Xiuma engraved on it. It was as if there was an insurmountable gap between the two names. It was just like the distance between him and her. He looked at it for a moment and kept the jade lock away. Then, he condensed a bronze lock and used a carving knife to carve a few words on it. Julie, Ning Xiuma, Yinma. The three names were connected by a heart shape, as if they were family. He solemnly tied the bronze lock to the bridge and cast a few spells on it. This way, no one would be able to destroy it if it was tied here. This lock would be locked until the end of time. Chapter 1563. Xiuma, Nima and I have been waiting for you to come back. Where are you? He held the railing of the bridge and fell into deep thought. These days, he had been at all the places that he could. He even went to places that were impossible. He could not find any trace of her soul. This situation was very unusual. Even if she was disheartened before her death, her soul should still be there after being struck by the thunder. With his method of searching, it was impossible that he could not find any trace of her soul. Moreover, she was struck on Mount Buddha Lotus of the Sun Moon clan. That place originally had the effect of gathering souls. If an ordinary disciple was struck and had their soul scattered, those scattered souls wouldn't even be able to escape Buddha Lotus Mountain. They would be scattered all over Buddha Lotus Mountain like gossamers, but they wouldn't know about it. If he wanted to collect them, he could at least collect 2 souls and 3 spirits. Ning Xiuma was a level 9 Earth rank before she died. She had not yet become a celestial being. Even if her soul was strong, it was impossible for all the scattered souls to escape without leaving a trace. This was not very reasonable. Even if she was the soul of a 9-tailed fox in her previous life, it was impossible for her to reach this level. He had already done a spell on Mount Buddha Lotus. Indeed, there was not a trace of her. Even her aura had disappeared. It was as if this person had never appeared in this world. It was as if there was a hand in the dark that erased all traces of her life in this world. He recalled the golden purple lightning during her tribulation. If it was an ordinary person ascending from Earth rank 9 to Heaven rank 1st rank, the tribulation lightning would be silver lightning. If they were originally from the celestial race or the ordinary devil race, the thunder would be purple. For example, Lu Xing was from the celestial fox race, so the thunder would be purple. When a high-level celestial or devil was to ascend, the thunder would be golden. However, when Ning Xiuma was going through the thunder, it was purple. Even if she were to ascend to level 1, it should not be this color. What was going on at that time? Could it be that she actually had another identity? Did she successfully ascend to her original state? But whether it was the immortals or devils in this world, he knew most of them. If there was an extremely high-level immortal or devil that succeeded in transcending the tribulation, the entire continent would be shrouded in auspicious clouds or devil clouds. It would be impossible for there to be no movement at all like now. He recalled her earliest origins. She seemed to have come from the other side of the black hole. Could it be that she had returned to her original world after the tribulation? With this in mind, Shun Juli gripped the railing of the bridge tightly. Had he already gone to another world? Shuema, since you can travel to this space-time, then I can also travel to your space-time. Since you refuse to come back, then it's my turn to look for you. Lord Father, where are we going to look? Little Shirtu poked his head out. Nianma, do you miss your mother? Yes. Shin Nianma answered loudly without hesitation. Good. Then just call out to her in your heart from time to time and tell her that we're going to look for her. Nianma is calling her. Will she hear him? Yes. Mommy, I miss you so much. Mommy, I miss you so much. Shin Nianma immediately cried loudly. His voice was so loud that Shun Juli's eardrums were buzzing. Shun Juli was speechless. He patted little Shirtu and said, You don't have to cry out. Just think about it in your heart. If Ning Xiuma had returned to her original state, then she must be a high-level celestial or devil. She and Shun Nianma were connected. If Shun Nianma always thought about her in his heart, it would create a magnetic field effect. Chapter 1564. As long as she was still alive, she should be able to receive it. It would form a reflection in her heart and be connected to Shun Nianma's magnetic field. As long as he could find a common magnetic field, he could follow that magnetic field to find her. In fact, he was taking advantage of his son, but he really could not care less. In a vast planet in the vast starry sky, there were countless space portals. Shun Juli shuttled through various space portals, looking for the black hole that would only appear once in a few thousand years. However, his luck was obviously not good. He had been shuttling through these spaces for 2 months, but he still could not find it. Shin Nianma did not know how many times he had called for his mother in his heart, but he did not receive any response. This was also a big blow to him. Every day, he was listless in the small stone and could not lift his spirits. Father, does Mommy really not want Nianma anymore? Father, is Nianma not obedient? Why doesn't Mommy want me anymore? Father, Shun Nianma would always ask the same question a few times every day. Shun Juli finally felt that it was not a way to go on like this. He could not leave a shadow on his child. Perhaps the way he found was wrong. Nianma, your mommy loves you the most. She will not abandon you. She's just too far away from us now, so she can't hear you. Let's look for her again. As long as we are close to her, she will be able to hear you and respond to you. Even if she doesn't want your father, she will not abandon you. After hearing this, Shun Nianma finally perked up and nodded heavily. Well, Mommy will definitely want me. Perhaps my ability is not good enough. When my ability is better, I will be able to sense Mommy. As he spoke, he pulled out a book from nowhere and began to read. The book was written by Shun Juli himself. Of course, the book was also waterproof, so Shun Nianma could practice in it without any delay. It was strange that he was now 8 months old, but his body size was not much bigger than before. However, he was getting smarter and could often draw inferences from one case. In the process of looking for his wife, Shun Juli did not neglect his son's education. He was originally an expert in teaching apprentices. Now, he was even more dedicated to teaching his son. He even specially designed a set of cultivation methods for his son. Of course, because he didn't have any experience in taking care of children, he had even bought books on how to educate children. Therefore, although little Nianma followed Shun Juli everywhere, he did not delay much. He was not even out of his mother's womb yet, but he had already learned a lot of martial arts. Father, what do the 3 flowers of crowning mean? What this means is, Shun Juli was explaining to him when suddenly the ground beneath his feet sank and a strong force pulled him down. He staggered and almost fell. He quickly steadied himself in the air. At this moment, he was still in the starry sky. After passing through so many spatial doors, this was the first time he had encountered a situation where he was being sucked in. He looked down and saw a milky white vortex spinning below him. His heart suddenly jolted. Perhaps there was some mystery behind this. Almost without hesitation, he stuffed Shen Yinma into his sleeve and jumped into the white whirlpool. Poof! He popped his head out from the bottom of the sea. When he got ashore, he found that it was a dead end. The whistling cold wind was bone-chilling, and the big stones on the ground were rolling. In this place, apart from the deep blue sea, there were rocks everywhere. There was no trace of green or human life. Chapter 1565. Shun Juli stood on the shore for a moment and felt a chill in his heart. This place was not a place where living creatures could survive. Even if Ning Xiuma succeeded in her ordeal, it was impossible for her to come here. However, since he was here, he would not give up until he took a look around. Thus, he slowly walked forward. Desolate, lonely, cold. This was the only impression that this place gave people. There seemed to be a sad aura floating with the wind, which made people feel depressed for no reason. Shun Juli was stunned. This aura, it was vaguely familiar. Since it was a barren place with no people, how could someone have such emotions? He shook his sleeve, and Little Stone popped his head out. Shen Yinma's eyes were full of excitement. Mother's aura, Mother's aura. Shen Juli's mind was blown. He finally sensed it. This aura belonged to Shui Yimo. Moreover, this aura was very ancient and did not seem to have been left behind recently. He suddenly recalled that in Ning Xiuma's consciousness, he had heard her say that in his previous life, Shui Yimo, in order to revive him, banished herself to a barren land and made a coffin to commit suicide. His heart trembled. Was this place that barren place? He quickly walked forward following the aura. After a while, he paused slightly because he sensed another person's aura. After a while, he came to the bottom of a cliff. He looked up and squinted his eyes slightly. In the middle of the straight cliff, there was a small platform. On the platform, there was a blood-red coffin. Next to the coffin sat a person. His red robe was fluttering in the wind. Shui Elan. He did not expect to meet him here. There had been no news about him in the past few months. He did not expect him to come here. Shui Elan looked very decadent. He sat next to the coffin and stared at it, as if he wanted to see it until the end of time. Shun Juli's eyes also fell on the coffin, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he didn't know the usage and effects of some of the forbidden techniques of the demon realm, this coffin was obviously strange. The bright red color seemed to be dyed with blood, revealing an extremely ominous aura. This coffin, Shun Juli's heart felt like it was being squeezed by someone. He flew up and landed directly on the platform. Shui Elan, who was lost in thought, probably heard the commotion. He raised his head and looked at Shun Juli, who was flying over. "What are you doing here?" Shun Juli ignored him. He floated in the air and carefully examined the coffin. The coffin lid had disappeared, and there was no corpse inside. There was only the coffin body lying there, as if it was a reminder of its existence. Hee, Shun Juli, you always thought that Momo owed you in her previous life, but she no longer owes you anything. I don't owe you anything. In her previous life, she used such a tragic method to commit suicide in this coffin. She used the fate of being an eternal cursed star in exchange for your rebirth. Shui Elan looked like he was crying and laughing at the same time. Shen Juli's face was pale. His eyes scanned the coffin again and again, as if he was looking for something. After a while, he asked, "Her corpse?" It was burned. At that time, Momo and I accidentally broke into this place and saw this coffin. Only after the original owner read the memories of her previous life and burned the corpse and the coffin could her fate as a heavenly calamity be unraveled. Therefore, Momo burned the corpse and the coffin. However, I don't know why this coffin reappeared. Shui Elan pressed his palm on the coffin. When he raised his hand again, there was blood on his palm. Chapter 1566. Shui Elan pressed his palm on the coffin. When he lifted his hand, there was blood on his palm. This coffin is actually bleeding. It's bleeding. Is this Momo's blood? Could it be? Shen Juli's fingers were cold. 5 words suddenly appeared in his mind. Blood Curse Soul Return Technique. This was very similar to the legendary Demon Realm's secret technique, Blood Curse Soul Return Technique. Although Shan Juli had recovered his memories, he had only recovered the memories of 2 lives. One was Shui Emo's, and the other was Ning Xiuma's. Before he met Shui Emo, and before he met Ning Xiuma, his memories of 3 lives were still blank. Although he didn't remember things from a long time ago, he faintly felt that he had lived for at least 10,000 years. But when he met Shui Emo, it was only 3,000 years ago. There were at least 7,000 years before that. In his memories of these 2 lives, there was no concept of Blood Curse Soul Return Technique. But now, this term had suddenly appeared. Even he himself didn't know where this concept came from, as if it came from a distant memory. As far as he knew, this Blood Curse Soul Return Technique was the highest and most tragic technique in the demon realm. The caster had to use all the blood in his body as a catalyst to condense a blood coffin. Then, at the cost of his soul being reincarnated as a heavenly calamity star in exchange for another person's rebirth. This was originally a method used by the higher-ups of the demon realm to trick the lower-ups into working for them. For example, if the higher-ups died for some reason, they could trick their loyal subordinates into using this technique. At the cost of their own life, the higher-ups would be reborn. This technique also had a legendary characteristic. In order to remove this technique, the reincarnated person had to return to this place and burn the blood coffin and the corpse. Only then could they break the fate of being a heavenly calamity star, achieve perfection, and obtain the greatest happiness. Because of this legendary characteristic, the subordinates of the demon realm once used this curse technique as a means to show their loyalty to their superiors. Some low-level demons used this curse technique without hesitation for the sake of the illusory great perfection in the future, just for the sake of their final happiness later on. Some demons probably noticed the loophole of this technique. It didn't seem to be as godly as the legends said, and gradually stopped being fooled. As a result, this spell was lost in the later period. When Shun Juli had Shui Emo's memories, even Shun Juli didn't know that there was such a curse technique in this world. Naturally, he didn't think that Shui Emo had paid such a huge price for his resurrection. When he woke up, it was already 10 years later. Long Chuan used his own soul and body as a guide to repair his heart, allowing him to revive. When he woke up, Long Chuan was dead, and more than half of the celestial realm had withered. The devil realm was also in chaos. Some people said that the devil realm's devil lord, his daughter, and the devil lady's servant, Shui Ilan, had all disappeared. Some said that they died due to internal strife, while others said that the 3 of them went into seclusion to research peerless techniques and could come back at any time. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. At that time, Shun Juli was heartbroken and didn't want to hear any more news about Shui Emo naturally. He didn't feel like investigating her whereabouts in the future. After giving the oracle, he fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he had Wu Mo by his side. He also forgot everything about Shui Emo as he wished. Naturally, he didn't inquire about who she was in the end, until he recovered all kinds of information about Shui Emo in this life, and heard some fragments of her previous life in Ning Xiuma's Sea of Consciousness. Chapter 1567. It was not until he recovered all the information about Shui Yimo in this life, and heard some of Ning Xiuma's narration of her past life, that he finally knew that Shui Yimo had done so much for him in that life. Now that he saw the blood coffin and saw the runes on it, the specific characteristics of this spell emerged in his mind. There was another characteristic of the spell that even the caster did not know about. In order to completely remove the spell, not only did the reincarnated person need to burn the corpse, but the person who was saved also needed to burn the blood coffin. Otherwise, the blood coffin would appear again and again, and the fate of being a loner would not change. He closed his eyes slightly and rubbed his fingers on the blood coffin for a moment. There was a fire on his fingertips, and the blood coffin was instantly set ablaze. The fire soared into the sky, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. "Mother!" Shin Yima jumped out from Shun Juli's sleeve and was about to jump into the coffin. He could not bear to let go of his mother's smell. Shunjili held it tightly. Nianma, your mother is not here. All that was left behind was her resentment and the power of the curse. But there is mother's smell here. Shin Nianma looked at the coffin eagerly, as if he wanted the coffin to hug him. Shui Lan looked at the jumping red stone with his eyes wide open. His eyesight was very good, so he naturally saw the little guy in the red stone. He looked as if he was struck by lightning. It is Momo's child? Shen Jiuli did not answer him. He only put Shin Nianma back into his sleeve. The resentment of the spell was too strong, and Shin Nianma was, after all, a little baby. He was afraid that it would offend him. The coffin was burning there, and there seemed to be endless bitterness and resentment coming from the coffin. It made people have the urge to cry. Shun Jiuli's spiritual power was strong, so he could certainly endure it. However, Shun Nianma cried in his sleeve. Mommy, Mommy. Shun Jiuli cast a spell on the sleeve, completely isolating the sleeve from the outside world so that the aura would not affect the child. Shui Lan stood there and felt his eyes sting. He looked coldly at the burning coffin and laughed coldly. This coffin can't be burned. I've already burned it 8 times, and every time I'm done, it would reappear at the same spot the next day. Shun Jiuli remained silent. He stood in place and watched the coffin burn to ashes. He exhaled softly. Shuama, no matter which world you are in now, the fate of being a jinx will no longer follow you. He closed his eyes and sensed the aura in the wind. A moment later, he was disappointed. He had thought that this aura, which contained Shui Yimo's resentment, would automatically search for the original owner. Unexpectedly, this aura only dissipated on the spot and had no intention of tracking down the original owner. This time, Ning Shuama left decisively. She cut off all ties with him, leaving nothing behind. Such decisiveness was not something an ordinary person could do. After all, he had underestimated her ability. Shin Nianma was listless. It was not easy for him to smell his mother's aura, but it was still useless. This place was a barren land. Shin Jiuli did not want to waste any more time here, so he rose into the air. He remembered hearing from Shui Lan that Ning Shuama accidentally encountered a black hole after she rose from his place and was sucked into it. Therefore, he wanted to try his luck now. Chapter 1568. Just as he flew into the air, he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly, and his heart sank. In the sky above the coffin, clouds were rapidly gathering. The clouds were white at first, but gradually they turned into a light red color. Tribulation? At this time, there was no second person who was going through tribulation here. Shun Jili turned around and flew down. He saw Shui Ilan standing on the small platform, looking up at the clouds in the sky with his arms wide open. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. Momo, are you here to pick me up? Shui Ilan, get out of the way. Shun Jili flew down. This was a tribulation lightning. With Shui Ilan's current strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with it. Although Shun Jili didn't like this guy, he didn't want anything to happen to him because he used to be someone that Ning Shuama cared about. He waved his sleeves, and a gust of wind flew out. He wanted to slap Shui Ilan away first. Unexpectedly, just as the gust of wind flew out, a faint red light enveloped Shui Ilan. Shun Jili's gust of wind hit the red light, causing it to sway. Ha ha! It must be Momo who can't bear to see me in pain and came to pick me up. Shui Ilan laughed loudly in the red light. He opened his arms and faced the rolling red clouds. Come on! This time, the lightning came quickly and fiercely. Before Shun Jili could react, the red lightning had already flown down like fire snakes and hit Shui Ilan's body. Shui Ilan didn't have any intention of resisting. The red light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the ground as if it was a sunset. In the red light, his clothes were already burning. It was as if he was bathing in the red lotus karmic fire. He didn't move at all, and only his 2 arms desperately tried to resist the red light. Momo, Momo. His voice was pained and slightly trembling. He didn't allow others to block the lightning for him. Shin Jili had no choice but to watch him stand there and be struck by the red lightning again and again. His whole body was like a burning fireball in the firelight, Shui Ilan finally looked at Shun Juli. There was a smug look on his face as he said, "Haha, Momo has finally come to pick me up." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly exploded like a firework. The red clouds dispersed, and the earth returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Shun Juli's body swayed in the air. Even Shui Ilan had disappeared. He thought for a moment, and his heart stirred. He immediately cast a spell to collect the soul. Shui Ilan had just been struck and scattered. Even if his soul had been scattered, there must be some scattered souls left at the place where he had been. Even though he didn't like Shui Ilan, he was still someone who had a lot to do with Ning Xiuma in this world. If he was still alive in this world, Shun Juli would still feel that there was someone who missed that person as much as he did. At least he wouldn't feel so lonely. After a while, he looked down at his empty fingertips and then at the place where the red clouds had appeared. His fingers clenched again. Nothing. Shui Ilan had also disappeared completely. Not even a trace of his soul was left behind. Could it be that he had really been taken away by Ning Xiuma? Did they go to the same place? He flew up and circled the place where the red clouds had appeared. He couldn't find any trace of Ning Xiuma's aura. He descended in a daze and landed on the stone platform where Shui Ilan had been standing. Just now, when the red lightning enveloped Shui Ilan along with the stone platform, it only struck him, leaving nothing behind. The stone platform, on the other hand, was safe and sound. Not even a trace of being struck by lightning was left behind. Chapter 1569. Shun Juli stood on the stone platform for a moment. After the lightning struck, the air here seemed to have been purified. The aura of Shui Ilan and the resentment of Shui Mo had disappeared without a trace. He could no longer sense them. They were also struck by lightning and disappeared without a trace. There was not even a trace of their souls left behind. Shun Juli sat on the platform with his eyes closed. No one knew what he was thinking. His robes flapped in the wind, and his figure was reflected on the mountain wall. He looked more lonely and desolate than he had ever been before. Although he did not react, the baby in his sleeve clearly sensed his mountain-like emotions. He poked his head out of his sleeve and shivered when he sensed his father's cold and despairing emotions. He called out timidly, "Father? Did Mother really take away that uncle from just now? Why didn't she take Nyima away? Does she not want us anymore?" His voice was soft and timid. There was a hint of disappointment and confusion. Doesn't Mother love Nyima the most? Why didn't she take Nyima away? Nyima has been so obedient. Towards the end, he was already on the verge of tears. Shun Juli heaved a sigh of relief. He held the stone in his hand and looked at it. "Nyima, it's not that your mother doesn't want you, but she doesn't know who you are. Don't worry. Nyinma, the road ahead is probably going to be more difficult. You have to learn to be strong." Shun Nyinma looked at him with his eyes wide open. "Father!" Shun Juli rubbed the stone with his finger and let it sway. "Nyinma, no matter what, you have to remember that you are a man. When a man encounters a problem, crying will not solve it. You have to learn to face it." Shun Juli took the opportunity to educate him. This child seemed to be a little too fond of crying. Was it because he was too young? Or was it because of his character? Or was it because he spoiled him too much? He began to think. This child was the only connection between him and her. Now, it was also his support. Naturally, he hoped that this child would be able to support the world in the future. After all, he had never taken care of a child before, and it was his first time taking care of such a small child. Naturally, she did not know that Shun Nyinma was much stronger than his peers. After all, he was still too young. Cry was a child's nature. It had nothing to do with gender. Shun Nyinma did not fully understand what Gu Shizhou was trying to say, but he did understand half of it. His father did not like to see him cry. Therefore, he nodded seriously in the stone. "Nyinma, try not to cry in the future. Nyinma, you have to be a man in the future." Shun Juli heaved a sigh of relief and patted the stone. "That's a good boy. But Mommy used to say that only men who are married can be called men. Those who are not married are called boys. When they are young, they're called boys. Baby boys." Shun Nyinma corrected him. Shun Juli, after such a conversation between father and son, Shun Juli was finally able to control his emotions. He stood up and flew into the sky to check on the spatial door here. It seemed to be a place of turbulence. Various spatial doors appeared from time to time and disappeared in an instant. However, he still did not see the black hole that once swallowed Ning Xiuma. Shun Jili checked between the spatial doors and calculated something from time to time. He did not know what was going on. Since he came to this desolate planet, some ancient memories came into his mind from time to time. Chapter 1570. Those ancient memories were not related to anything. The main thing was the skills that he used to have. He had forgotten them because of the repeated hibernation, but now there were signs of them gradually recovering. For example, he could now make some deductions based on these unpredictable space doors. He did not know how long he had been calculating in front of these space doors. Suddenly, he turned around and rushed down directly into the turbulent sea on the desolate planet. He calculated the direction very accurately. After rushing down, he found a whirlpool a few hundred meters deep. The whirlpool was huge and very deep. It was like a big black hole that was swallowing the surrounding sea water. Shun Jili made up his mind and rushed directly into the whirlpool. He was drawn into the depths of the sea by the whirlpool. Strangely, the whirlpool appeared for more than a minute and then disappeared automatically. The sea returned to its calm state. There was a sea in heaven and earth called the Ultimate Ruin. The water of the Ultimate Ruin nourished everything in the world. After a big circle of swaying and rolling, Shun Yinma finally poked his head out of his father's sleeve. After looking around, his eyes widened. The blue water was the sky, and the coral was the ground. The crystal blue water swayed around him. From time to time, there were groups of different kinds of fish that he had never seen before swimming past him. The scenery was unprecedentedly beautiful. He even saw two mermaids swimming over from afar. Dizun. The two mermaids finally swam in front of the father and son. One of the mermaids called out his father's honorific. Shinjuli's eyes fell on the two mermaids. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man was very handsome, and the woman was as charming as a flower. Yifeng, you are really here. The man and the woman were Yifeng and Yin Ziyuan, who had died for love. Just as Shun Juli speculated, they were reborn as mermaids and were really together. This was another world. Here, one could not feel the storm outside. In the depths of the sea, it was always calm and beautiful. In the depths of the sea water automatically retreated to the sides and became the background. In the snow-white sea sand, there was a huge house made of shells. Yifeng and Yin Ziyuan were already married, and this shell house was their love nest. When old friends met, it was natural for them to exchange greetings. After Yifeng pulled Yin Ziyuan to kowtow to the ancestor, he invited him to his shell house. Although the shell house couldn't be said to be magnificent, it had an elegant and warm style, making people feel warm as soon as they entered. After Yifeng and Yin Ziyuan were reborn in the sinkhole, they were delighted that neither of them had lost their memories. The moment they woke up, they began searching for each other in the sinkhole. Finally, they found each other and naturally joined together. The resources here were plentiful, and they didn't have to worry about food and drink. The two of them lived a very comfortable life here. The only drawback was that they couldn't leave and couldn't see their own kind. This place was a world of its own. Although the sea, I had seawater rushing out of the ruins of End through a special channel. The two of them were unable to do so. Fortunately, the two of them were not particularly attached to the outside world. As long as they stayed by each other's side, even hell could become heaven. Moreover, the living environment here was much better than hell, so the two of them were very satisfied. Yin Ziyuan was already pregnant, and her slightly protruding belly could be seen in her clothes. Yifeng understood that the ancestor must have secretly done something for them to be reborn, so he was naturally very grateful to him and Ning Xiuma. Chapter 1571. Just as he was regretting that the news of their rebirth could not be spread to the outside world and not let Ning Xiuma know, Dizun coincidentally arrived. Dizun, I wonder if Miss Ning has been well? Yin Ziyuan was concerned about her good friend and was the first to ask. Shun Juli lowered his eyes slightly and did not answer her question. He had not come here to reminisce with old friends, nor to talk about his entanglements with Ning Xiuma. He only had one purpose for coming here. Yifeng, there's a passage in the ruins of End that leads to another world. Do you know where it is? Yifeng pondered for a moment. I have been to every corner of the ruins of End for the past few years. There is indeed a cloud gate in the southeast direction. I don't know what is behind the cloud gate, but the noise is terrifying. I've tried to open the gate, but there should be an ancient enchantment on the gate. I can't open it no matter what. I don't know if the gate leads to another world. Shenjili stood up. Bring me there to take a look. It was a jade gate that seemed to support the heavens. The jade was covered in moss after being soaked in seawater. Under the cover of the moss, one could faintly see the complicated decorative patterns on the gate. There were two simple seal characters on the gate, Cloud Gate. The seawater in this place was exceptionally cold. Furthermore, there seemed to be a repulsive force on the Cloud Gate. This repulsive force pushed away anything that approached the Cloud Gate. Yifeng used a special finger technique to throw a stone at the gate. Before the stone touched the gate, it was reflected back at a speed even faster than Yifeng's throw. If Yifeng had not been prepared and pulled Yan Ziyuan away in advance, the stone would have hit him instead. The stone shattered into pieces in the process of being reflected. It was obvious that this gate did not allow any species to approach it. Yifeng told Shenjuli about the methods he had used to get close to the gate, but had failed. Shenjuli listened without saying a word. He looked at the cloud gate. This cloud gate was very familiar to him. Some memories seemed to surge in his mind. These memories were fragmented and could not be connected at once. However, he clearly captured the scene of himself walking out from behind this gate many years ago. Although he had lived in this world for many years, he could not remember his origins. Every time he tried, it was a blur. Later, he set up the oracle that he would sleep once every 900 years and forget everything when he woke up. He did not remember anything about his past. Only after coming to this land of death did his memories seem to slowly recover. From time to time, inexplicable scenes would appear in his mind. For example, this gate. Now, he finally saw the door. It was the same as the one in his memory. However, the door in his memory was brand new. It didn't have the green moss that had grown over tens of thousands of years. With a wave of his sleeve, a hurricane flew toward the door. The seawater rolled back in an instant. The green moss on the gate was wiped away by an invisible hand, revealing the simple and complicated patterns on it. When the surrounding seawater finally calmed down, he could hear a faint whistling sound behind the cloud gate. It was as if there was another world on the other side. Yifeng's gaze fell on Shenjuli. He could not help but admire him. He had tried all kinds of methods to remove the green moss on the cloud gate, but it was all in vain. But the ancestor had waved his sleeve and removed the green moss on the gate, making it look as clean as if it had taken a bath. Chapter 1572. Yifeng, do you guys want to leave this place? Shenjuli suddenly turned around and asked Yifeng. Yifeng immediately looked at his wife beside him, Yan Ziyuan, and he looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with clear longing. No matter how good a place was, if there were no other people of the same kind, one would be tired after a long period of time. If they could leave this place and return to the Sharkman clan, it would also be a good idea. Perhaps they would encounter some storms after leaving this place. But who would be willing to spend their entire life in a place like stagnant water? Yifeng nodded solemnly. Of course. Does Dizun have a way? Shenjuli said indifferently. I can send you guys out of this place, but the price is 10 shark pearls. Yifeng was stunned. Shark pearls were actually formed by Sharkman's tears. Ever since he reunited with Yan Ziyuan, he felt like he was soaking in a honey pot every day. Had he ever cried? Sharkman's tear gland were not developed since birth, so he rarely cried. Should he cry now? But how could he cry in this kind of mood? Yan Ziyuan, who was beside him, was stunned. She looked at her husband and coughed lightly. I have shark pearls. She took out a pouch from her body and poured out a few glowing pearls from the pouch. Every pearl was sparkling and translucent, in the shape of a teardrop. They spun around in her palm. They were the shark pearls, and there were a total of 14 to 15 of them. Yifeng looked at the shark pearls and then looked at her. He was a little nervous. Ziyuan, have you cried before? Was there something that he did not do well enough? He made her cry. Yinziyuan sighed softly. I cried a few times in my dreams. Back then, when Yifeng died in her arms, it left a deep impact on her. Although she was reborn as a mermaid, she would still occasionally dream of the scene at night. It made her feel the heartache back then in her dreams, and she would cry. Yifeng should have also thought of this. He couldn't help but hug his wife tightly. Xin, you are pregnant now. Don't think about the past. Yin Ziyuan smiled sweetly and leaned into her husband's arms. Her face was red. I understand. I've already tried my best not to think about it. The two of them had been loving each other for the past few years. They were already used to it. Yifeng hugged his wife and comforted her. He only let her go when he saw that she was truly happy. At this time, Yifeng remembered that the ancestor was still standing beside them. His handsome face was slightly red. He coughed and handed the sharp pearls over. Ancestor, these sharp pearls should be enough, right? Shunjili looked at the sharp pearls and didn't take them. The sharp pearls that I want must be 5 yang pearls and 5 yin pearls. The yang pearls were the tears of the male sharkmen. Therefore, Yifeng had to cry for them too. Yifeng rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. He didn't like to cry. Now that he was asked to cry, he really couldn't cry. He was wondering whether he should cut himself twice. The pain might make him cry. But the ancestor spoke again. No matter what kind of shark pearls it is, they must be fresh sharkmen's tears of love. Yifeng and Yinzhen looked at each other. It was difficult to make them cry for love. Shunjili looked at them and slowly said, I have a way to make both of you cry. As soon as he said this, the two of them were shocked. Yifeng subconsciously pulled Yinzhen behind him and looked at the ancestor cautiously. Ancestor, I don't want Ziyuan to suffer any harm. She's pregnant now. She needs to be happy and can't stand any stimulation. Shunjili looked at the way he protected his wife. His eyes slightly darkened and a trace of sadness flashed through them. Chapter 1573. The woman he loved was also pregnant, but he did not stay by her side from the beginning to the end. He even gave her such a big shock. Compared to Yifeng, he was not a qualified husband. Shuama, I hope you will give me the chance to make it up to you. He looked at the two people who were on guard and slightly lowered his eyes. He did not want to upset the two people who loved each other so much. However, in order to see Ning Shuama again and to find Ninma's mother, he had to sacrifice them a little. He did not say much. He just spread his sleeves in the sea, and the sparkling waves suddenly turned into a huge mirror. The clouds in the mirror gradually dispersed, and a figure appeared on it. Yifeng was shocked. He held Yin Ziyuan's hand and subconsciously wanted to take 2 steps back. However, his feet seemed to be fixed by an invisible force, and he could no longer move. Yin Ziyuan, who was beside him, was obviously in the same situation. Both of them could not help but look at the mirror. The mirror showed the ice field and the ice cave. The more Yifeng looked at it, the paler his face became. The images that flashed in the mirror were all the adventures that he and Yin Ziyuan had in the ice field. The images started from when Yin Ziyuan fell into the ice cave, and he sacrificed himself to save her. That year, after Yifeng used the weapon dismemberment technique to kill the monster in the cave, he was also like a lamp that had run out of oil. When he was buried underground with Yin Ziyuan, he was actually already dead. However, he was afraid that Yin Ziyuan would be scared, so he forced himself to control one of his hands to comfort her. When he heard about the arrival of Di Zun and the others, he couldn't hold on any longer and his soul scattered. Therefore, he didn't know what happened afterwards. Now he finally saw it. He saw Yin Ziyuan holding him and walking like a crazy person. He saw her eating the fish that he roasted on the edge of the cliff and singing to him in a low voice. The scenes were almost heartbreaking. Yifeng saw it with his own eyes. His heart was in pain, and his eyes could not help but feel sour. It turned out that Ziyuan had done so much for him back then. It turned out that this was how she died after he was revived in the ruins of End. It was Yin Ziyuan who found him first. After the two of them met again, Yin Ziyuan threw herself into his arms and hugged his waist tightly. No matter what, she refused to let go and cried her eyes out. She did not mention anything about that past, so This was the first time Yifeng knew about it. Even if he was a man of iron and blood, he couldn't help but be heartbroken when he saw that scene, and tears flowed out drop by drop, turning into mermaid pearls. Yan Ziyuan was a sensitive person. Not long after she started watching, she started to cry. Fortunately, Shun Jiuli was more humane. After she poured out the 5 mermaid pearls, he immediately covered her eyes with his sleeve, preventing her from seeing the images on the mirror for the time being. It was not known when the water mirror had disappeared. Yifeng was still immersed in the past and could not come out. It was not until Yan Ziyuan pulled on his sleeve that he came back to his senses. He subconsciously hugged his wife's waist and said, "Zin." Before he could finish his sentence, a wave of water suddenly rolled toward them, enveloping them and rushing them in a certain direction. Amidst the roaring sound of the water, they could faintly hear the ancestor's voice, "Don't struggle. I'll send you out." Yifeng was stunned, and his heart was filled with joy. He subconsciously hugged his wife gently and protected her in his arms, saying, "Ziyuan, don't be afraid. We're going out now." Yan Ziyuan was also happy and surprised. She was also a little upset, saying, If I knew that we could go out now, I would have brought along the clothes that I made for the child." Chapter 1574. Yan Ziyuan was also surprised and happy. She was also a little annoyed. If I knew we could go out now, I would have brought along the little clothes I made for the child." "No matter. We can make them after we get out." "Yifeng, I'm a little scared." "Don't be scared. With me by your side, you don't have to be scared of anything. After we get out, we will return to the mermaid race. I will make you the queen of the sharkmen. I will let you and the child live the most comfortable life." The waves carried the 2 of them away, gradually disappearing into the depths of the sea. Shun Jiuli lowered his eyes slightly. He had heard the conversation between the 2 of them, and his heart felt like it was being pricked by needles. If that person was also by his side, he would definitely protect her and let her and the child live the most carefree life. He calmed himself down and slowly withdrew his hand. He turned back to look at the door. He knew that once the door was opened, the ruins of End would undergo an earth-shattering change, no less than a magnitude 10 earthquake. Everything here would change greatly, so he had to send Yifeng and his wife out. Now that he had no more worries, the next step was to open the door. In truth, he did not know what he would encounter after opening the door, and he did not know whether this door would lead to the space where Ning Xiumal was. But he had to try. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he had to try. He knew clearly that he had walked out from this door many years ago, and then joined this world. Then after he walked through this door, what would he encounter? He had a faint premonition that once he walked through this door, his life would once again undergo a major reversal. His gaze fell on the jade door. The talismans on the jade door were faintly moving, flashing there, as if they were calling out to him. He slowly walked forward. Originally, no living creature could get close to the jade door, but when he walked over, he did not encounter any repelling force. He slowly stretched out his hand and pressed on the jade door. The jade door instantly lit up, and with a series of creaking sounds, 10 holes slowly appeared on the door. The 10 holes were each the size of a shark pearl, and they were arranged in an irregular pattern. Shun Jiuli paused, and the 10 sharp pearls in his hand shot out consecutively. The way he shot out the sharp pearls seemed messy, as if he had shot them out randomly, but in fact, he had arranged them according to a certain array. Every single one of the sharp pearls had sunk into the small hole on the door, and they were embedded tightly. As the 10th sharp pearl was inserted, the huge jade door suddenly rippled like water. With a boom, the jade door actually disappeared without a trace. Following the disappearance of the jade door, a massive golden wave surged out from the other side of the door and crashed down on Shun Jiuli. Shun Jiuli did not dodge. Instead, he rushed toward the golden wave. His figure was like a lightning bolt, like a bolt of lightning, like a bolt of the door, sliding into the door, he slid. That golden wave seemed to have a boundless destructive force, and when it collided with the seawater on this side, the seawater on this side was like a boiling pot, instantly boiling. Following the impact of the golden wave, the entire ruins of End seemed to have gone crazy. A big squid happened to swim over, and when it was hit by the golden wave, its body instantly exploded, and it disappeared without a trace. The entire ruins of End was turned upside down, and it was no longer as beautiful as it was before. And Shun Juli could not care about all of this. This golden wave had the power to destroy everything. Chapter 1575. The golden waves had the power to destroy everything. Any physical object could be corroded and destroyed. Any spells that did not belong here could not be used here. Any creature that came into direct contact with it would be melted. After all, Shun Juli had a layer of wizardry barrier around his body. The golden waves could not melt him, but he felt like he was being cooked alive. The pain was indescribable. Shun Juli's face was pale. He looked down and gritted his teeth to endure the pain. Ning Xiaoma had experienced the pain before. Now it was finally his turn. In fact, he could have used his psychokinesis to strengthen himself to reduce the pain, but at this time he wanted to protect Shen Yinma in his sleeve. Therefore, he used almost all of his psychokinesis around the child to form an airtight layer of protection. Therefore, although Shen Yinma was in the same environment as him, he did not suffer much. He only felt a little dizzy after rolling in his father's sleeve. He clung to the stone wall under him and was a little puzzled. Was his father taking him to ride a roller coaster? It was spinning so fast. However, he liked it. He liked the thrill. He wanted to poke his head out to take a look, but this time his father hid him very well. He struggled for a long time in his father's sleeve, but could not get out. So he had to give up. He did not know how long he had been going against the golden waves. It was so long that Shun Nianmao was about to yawn. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his body. There was a noise outside. It seemed that a wizardry barrier was broken. Then he could no longer hide in his sleeve and rolled out. God, how did someone come out of the golden sea? Oh, it is still alive. Look, look, there was a voice. The tone was a little strange, but fortunately, Shen Nianma could understand it. He was a little confused after rolling for a while. He shook his head in the stone for a while to get rid of the little birds in front of him. He looked up. The sky was blue, the ground was green, and the sea was golden. His father was lying on the ground, motionless. The stone that he was resting on was in front of his father's chest. When he looked up, he could see his father's delicate chin. What a handsome man. It's a pity that he's a little old. Otherwise, it would be a good gift for our Lord Demon Lord. That's true. Our Lord Demon Lord only likes handsome children under the age of 10. This man is obviously not qualified. And this stone is a little strange. Forget it, since he's not qualified. I'll just kill him and refine him into pills. This person looks like an immortal. The immortal pills he concocted must be very good. There were 3 men dressed in different clothes standing around his father. They were handsome and looked very young. At this moment, they were looking down at the unconscious Shun Juli. These 3 people obviously didn't take Shun Juli seriously. One of them thrust his sword towards Shun Juli's chest, while the other one reached out to grab the red stone in front of Shun Juli's chest. These 3 people's martial arts were obviously very good. When the sword pierced down, there was a faint sound of wind and thunder. If this sword pierced through, Shun Juli would be pierced through by them. Father! Shen Yima shouted. The red stone suddenly flashed, and a ball of pink light burst out from the stone to meet the sword that was piercing down. Bang! The pink light collided with the tip of the sword. The sword was slightly tilted, but the falling posture did not change. It was still going to pierce Shun Juli's chest. Father! Shun Yima was so anxious that he almost rolled over and used the stone to block it. Chapter 1576. Chi. Just as the tip of the sword was about to stab Shun Juli's chest, it was caught between 2 jade-like, slender fingers. The assailant was shocked when he saw his lightning-fast sword being caught so easily. He lowered his head to take a look. He saw that Shun Juli had opened his eyes and was looking at him with a pair of icy blue eyes. He raised one hand lazily and pinched the sword with 2 fingers. It was like pinching a paper rattledrum. The attacker could not stab an inch further. The other 2 saw that the situation was not good. They looked at each other and immediately waved their hands. Long swords appeared in their palms. They pointed diagonally, and the 2 long swords turned into 7 or 8 short swords. They shot towards Shun Juli's acupoints at the same time. They were obviously not kind people. Their attacks were extremely ruthless. Once they met, they would use a fatal move. They obviously wanted to end the battle quickly. No one could enter the fiery golden sea. Even if a metal object fell in, it would melt in an instant. No living creature had appeared for thousands of years. However, this man was able to come out of the sea and preserve his life. Obviously, his martial arts were very profound. The 3 of them saw that he was unconscious and wanted to take advantage of the situation. They did not expect that he would wake up at the right time. Since both sides had already started fighting, the 3 of them felt that since they had already offended this person, they might as well take advantage of the fact that he had just climbed out of the sea and was weak. The 3 of them rarely joined hands to fight, but once they joined hands, they were a very troublesome opponent. There were 7 or 8 short swords. Each of them was shining with a faint blue light. It was obvious that they were also dipped in poison. As long as Shunjuli was scratched by these short swords, he would lose his life. Shunjuli's eyes flashed slightly. He did not say anything and only used a little strength in his fingers. The man whose sword was caught by Shunjuli suddenly screamed. His body was like a spinning top as he spun above Shunjuli and formed a human shield. The 7 or 8 short swords all pierced into the man's body. The man could only let out half a scream before his body went limp. Shunjuli flicked his finger again, and the man flew away along with his sword, which he would rather die than let go of. Coincidentally, he fell into the fiery gold sea beside him. With a chi sound, the man and his sword were completely melted without even a splash. The remaining 2 people's faces changed drastically. They obviously knew that they were no match for this person. They no longer cared about anything else and turned to run. They could actually fly. After running 2 steps, they extended their arms and flew up. However, they had only flown 5 or 6 meters when their ribs suddenly went numb. At the same time, they were hit by some small pebbles and fell back down. Their fall was quite standard. They landed on the left and right sides of Shunjuli. At the same time, they fell flat on their faces. 2 of their front teeth were knocked out, and they were in so much pain that they couldn't get up. Shunjuli slowly sat up from the ground. His hair was slightly messy, and his clothes were slightly loose. That Huijinhai had almost melted half of his life away, but luckily, he survived. He came back to this world alive, a world that seemed strange yet familiar at the same time. His movement when he got up was very casual and lazy, but it was also very smooth. It was almost impossible for people to take their eyes off him. "Father, you are so handsome." Shin Yinma leaned on his shoulder and praised him. When he got up, he almost rolled down from his father's body. Shunjuli held him in his palm and looked down at him. "Boy, you have grown up. You can emit the light of telekinesis." Chapter 1577. What kind of reincarnation was this kid? He was still a fetus, but he could already use his power to protect his father. Although his power was still very weak, it was enough to make Shunjuli happy. This baby was a genius. Shin Yinma blinked. He was very proud of being praised. He proudly raised his small chest and said, "Of course, I'm your baby. The angle of your power is not right. Your power is still weak, so it is not suitable for you to fight head-on. You should." Shunjuli took the opportunity to educate him. The 2 people who had fallen on the ground were completely ignored. They looked at the father and son who were talking to each other and were shocked. There was a child hidden in the little stone. It was too strange. This little stone was too magical. If they could offer this little stone to the Devil Master, they would certainly be rewarded greatly. Perhaps they could have a place in the Devil Kingdom. Unfortunately, the 2 people looked regretful at the same time. "Where is this?" Shunjuli sat on a stone and looked down to ask the 2 people who were still lying on the ground. The 2 people looked at each other and answered, "This is the coast of the fiery gold sea." Shunjuli pondered for a moment. He had a slight impression of this name. Suddenly, another name came to his mind. He asked again, "This is the celestial devil continent." The 2 people were stunned. They nodded at first, but then shook their heads. A few years ago, this place was called the celestial devil continent. 3 years ago, it changed its name to the Devil Celestial Continent. The Devil Celestial Continent. The Devil Celestial Continent. Shun Julie went through these 4 words in his mind and did not comment. Why did it change its name? Who changed it? The two people looked at each other and then looked at Shun Julie together. Are you not from this continent? Shun Julie flicked his sleeves and said indifferently, Now I am asking you. He had a kind of arrogance, so the two people did not dare to provoke him. They could only say, It was our Devil Master who changed it. Devil Master? This name was also vaguely familiar. Shun Julie's heart skipped a beat. He vaguely felt that the owner of this name had something to do with him. Who is your Devil Master? Is it a boy or a girl? Now, the two of them finally understood that Shun Julie was not a person of this world. He didn't even know their famous demon lord. One of them immediately said, Our Devil Lord is a woman. 3 years ago, she underwent a tribulation and was reborn on this continent. At that time, a red light shone on heaven and earth, moving the rivers and mountains. It alarmed all the immortals, demons, and demons in the world. On the day of her rebirth, tens of thousands of divine birds flew around her, and tens of thousands of beasts prostrated themselves before her. That's right. At that time, the entire demonic god continent. No, the various sects and clans of the demonic immortal continent were all alarmed. They all came to our demonic realm to congratulate us. The banquet lasted a total of 49 days. The two of them were obviously very proud of their Devil Master. Whenever they talked about her, they would go on and on about her great achievements in the past 3 years. This continent was also divided into 6 realms: immortal, demon, devil, human, ghost, and beast. The 6 realms were once somewhat chaotic. Before this Devil Master came, the immortal realm was the most powerful. The people of the immortal realm often used the pretense of eliminating evil for the people to oppress the demon and demon realms, causing the people of the demon and demon realms to suffer. However, since this Devil Master was reborn, she had a few fights with several immortals who came to eliminate evil and defend the Tao. Those immortals were scared witless, which greatly intimidated the people of the immortal realm. The immortals of the immortal realm no longer dared to bully the demon realm. The people of the demon realm could finally hold their heads high. Chapter 1578. This Devil Lord was the Lord of all devils, also known as the Devil Lord. She could summon clouds and rain with a flip of her hand. On this continent, she didn't need to fight with anyone. Just the pressure of the pure devil chi on her body was enough to make people lower their heads and submit to her. Even the immortals of the celestial world were extremely afraid of her. They didn't dare to act rashly in front of her and were always respectful. She came to this continent for 3 years and finally changed the Devil Realm's position in the 6th Tao. Now, the Devil Realm was the leader of this continent. This Devil Lord didn't hold back and changed the name of the Divine Devil Continent to the Devil Immortal Continent. Now, other than the celestial world that could compete with the Devil Realm, the other worlds could only be respectful to her. Because of her appearance, the entire celestial world was shaken. In order to win her over, the celestial world wanted to marry her. The leader of the celestial world, Jade Cloud Emperor, had proposed to her. However, she said that if she wanted to marry the strongest person in the world. She also wanted to marry someone who was unmarried. As for the origin, no matter if it was the celestial world, the demon realm, or the devil realm, as long as their martial arts were high enough to compete with her, she would consider them as her future husband. Although Jade Cloud Emperor's magic power was high, he already had 2 wives and obviously didn't meet this condition. Everyone in the 6 realms wanted to pull her to their side. All kinds of people gathered in the devil realm and participated in the vigorous PK. After a few open and secret competitions, a hermit from the celestial world won. Now, the Devil Lord and this hermit were close, and both sides had reached the stage of discussing marriage. As long as the Devil Lord married this hermit, it would mean that the Devil Realm and the celestial world officially joined hands and no longer fought. On this continent, it was mainly these 2 worlds that were fighting fiercely. As long as these 2 worlds stopped fighting, this continent would be much more peaceful. The day after tomorrow was the big day of the Devil Lord and the Hermit from the Celestial World. All the people in the 6 realms racked their brains to offer strange things as congratulatory gifts, wanted to leave a good impression on the Devil Lord. These 3 people were from the Devil Realm. Their status wasn't high, but they also wanted to give the Devil Lord a presentable gift. These few days, they had been searching everywhere and just happened to pass by here. Coincidentally, they met Shun Julie, who floated out of the fiery gold sea. The reborn demon lord had a strange habit. She liked children, especially beautiful children. The 2 survivors explained the origin of the Devil Lord's hobby very clearly. Shun Julie listened in silence, then suddenly asked, "What does your Devil Lord look like?" The 2 of them had seen the Devil Lord from afar before, so they had a good impression of him. They immediately replied, "She's extremely beautiful and likes to wear red. She looks to be around 13 or 14 years old." Shun Julie's fingertips trembled slightly. Was it her? Could it be her? He paused for a moment. Suddenly, a painting appeared in his hand, and he waved it in front of the 2 people. "Is it like this?" The painting depicted Ning Xiuma's appearance when she was dancing in a red dress. After the 2 of them took a look, they immediately nodded. "She looks right, but our Devil Master isn't that big. She looks very small, and her hairstyle isn't right." Shun Julie didn't say anything. He closed his eyes slightly. When he opened them again, there seemed to be a clear light in his eyes. He looked up and down at the 2 people. "What gift do you want to give her? A beautiful child?" The 2 people nodded cautiously. "We're looking for such a child, but it's not easy to find one." Chapter 1579. There were many beautiful children on this continent, but there were very few who could meet the Devil Lord's requirements. Shun Julie's figure turned slightly, and a white light flashed. The tall and handsome man disappeared, and standing in the same place was an extremely beautiful little boy. He had delicate skin, long eyelashes, and slightly raised corners of his eyes. His eyes were like the sea, and he was wearing a dazzling white robe. His whole person seemed to be made of snow. The 2 people stared at the little boy dumbfoundedly. Although Shun Julie was small, his aura was not small. He stood there and smiled slightly. Under this smile, it was as if all the flowers in the world had bloomed. "Give me to her." The 2 people's expressions were as if a pie had suddenly fallen from the sky and hit their heads. They were dizzy and disoriented. You want to give her this gift?" They suddenly thought of something and immediately took a step back. "Do you want to harm our Devil Lord?" "Let's tell you, you better give up on this idea. Our Devil Lord is the only master on this continent, and no one can hurt her. If you dare to harm her, you will be hunted down by all the demons in the Devil Realm." Shun Julie's eyes flashed. He flicked his sleeves and said lightly, "Don't worry. The Devil Lord is so powerful. How can I plot against her? I'm just curious about her, so I want to go and see." But the 2 people were still a little uncertain. Shun Julie sighed softly. He waved his sleeves, and the sword turned into 2. The cold sword points were pointed at the necks of the 2 people. "Do you have any objections?" Their lives were hanging under the sword. How could the 2 people dare not to agree? He had no choice but to agree. However, they were still a little worried. "You really won't harm our Devil Lord?" Shun Julie lowered his sleeves, lowered his eyes, and only replied with 2 words, "Of course." The 2 people looked at each other again. If they did not agree now, they would probably die. It would be better to offer him to the Devil Lord. After all, the Devil Lord had many capable people on his side. No matter how high this person's martial arts was, he was just one person. He wouldn't be able to do much. The 2 of them had already made up their minds, so they happily agreed. They whistled into the air. A moment later, a gorgeous carriage descended from the sky and landed in front of Shun Julie. "Please." Shun Julie wasn't polite. He turned around and boarded the carriage. As soon as he sat down, a series of rustling sounds came from outside. The originally wooden carriage was suddenly surrounded by iron plates, sealing the entire carriage tightly. The iron plates also had a variety of flowing charms, which looked rather strange and gaudy. Outside the carriage came the laughter of the 2 people. "Sorry, since you insist on making this gift, then you have to follow our procedures." This carriage is specially made, and it can seal all the power in your body. If you obediently make the gift, then it will be fine. If you use your power to resist, this carriage will become a purgatory of fire, and your whole body will be burned. Don't blame us for not reminding you. Shinjuli's expression didn't change at all. He just used a small cleaning spell to clean the carriage, and then sat down with peace of mind. His sleeves trembled, and the little red stone poked its head out. Suddenly, it saw Shun Jiuli's current appearance. Shin Yinma's whole body was stunned. He was stunned for a moment, and then jumped out 3 words, "Brother." "Brother?" Shin Jiuli was speechless. Chapter 1582. Yi Tianli froze slightly. He looked down at his hands. His fingers were long and slender like jade. They were hands that could make the entire celestial world submit to them. These hands could play the zither, paint, and use extremely profound techniques. His hands alone could make countless fairies in the celestial world mesmerized. Not to mention, he also had an incomparably handsome face and incomparably powerful magical power. With this, no matter where he went, he could get the favor of countless fairies. No matter who he liked, he could get her. Of course, he was proud by nature and was not a casual person. So even though he was surrounded by bees and saucers, he had never been moved by any woman. As for IMO, at first, it was just a kind of pride. IMO said that she wanted to marry the strongest. He just wanted to prove that he was the strongest. He did not really want to marry this demon lord. But ever since he saw her, he was more and more attracted to her. She had a special temperament that made people unable to take their eyes off her. He had seen many cold fairies, but none of them had the kind of indifferent coldness that came from her bones. She also knew how to smile, especially when she tilted her head and smiled at you. It was indescribably flirtatious and indescribably evil. That pair of eyes seemed to be able to hook souls. A slight turn could make people fall head over heels for her. She seemed to have feelings, but in fact, she was emotionless. The depths of her eyes were like a pool of water that could not be stirred up. The more time they spent together, the more he wanted her to stare at him. He wanted to see her mesmerized look. But he could not do it at the moment. His lips curled up slightly. He felt that he was a bit cheap. So many women wanted to get a glimpse of him, but he was more and more attracted to an almost heartless witch. He raised his head and looked at her back. The bright red clothes were like fire under the sun. It was such a bright color, but it gave people the feeling that she was in hell. That fire was the Red Lotus Hellfire. He smiled gently. It's okay. Men were born to like challenges. He did not believe that after they got married in the future, he would not be able to get her heart after a long time. Demon Lord, the Lord of all demons, the pure demon born by heaven and earth, the ancestor of demons. No one knew how long she had existed in this world. Even the oldest deity in the immortal world didn't know when she had appeared. Before her rebirth, she was extremely mysterious. It was said that she had tens of thousands of incarnations, male, female, old, and young. Therefore, no one in the entire God's Demons continent knew her true appearance. They only knew that she was the spiritual leader of the demon realm. Once she made a move, the world would be turned upside down. It was a headache for many immortals. In the entire mythical infernal continent, it seemed that only that one divine power could truly compete with her. The God's Demons continent was named after the existence of these two people. The celestial realm had the support of the gods, while the devil realm had the devil lord as its leader. Neither of the celestial realm nor the devil realm was willing to submit to the other. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, the celestial realm and the devil realm were turned upside down during the war of gods and devils. The entire 6 realms suffered a calamity, and countless beings in the 6 realms became cannon fodder in that war. Whether it was the immortal realm or the devil realm, both suffered heavy losses in that battle. Almost all of the immortal realm and devil realm were wiped out. Now, there were only a few survivors. Even he, Yi Tianli, was born after that battle. He only knew about the tragedy of that battle from a few surviving old immortals. He knew that the Devil Lord was called Mo. He had always imagined her to be a three-headed, six-armed figure. Chapter 1583. He had always imagined her as someone with three heads and six arms. He never thought that her real appearance was a girl who looked like a teenager. Tens of thousands of years ago, she went missing with that god in the demon god continent. The immortals and demons thought that she and that god had disappeared in that battle. They never thought that she would be reborn now that the demon had returned. What about the equally mysterious god? Would he return? Yi Tianli sighed. He felt that he was overthinking. The rebirth of the demon lord was already an accident. How could that god be reborn as well? When the demon lord was reborn, the world shook and there were anomalies in the six realms. If that god was reborn, the anomalies in the six realms would be even stronger. Now that there were no anomalies in the six realms, he guessed that God had really disappeared and would never return. Besides, deep in his heart, he did not want that god to be reborn. The demon god and the demon god were natural enemies. If they did not agree and fought on this continent, the six realms would be reshuffled. Fortunately, he had been with IMO for so long and did not see her make any big moves. She seemed to be too lazy to make any big moves. Her life was actually very simple. Since she won a good territory for the demon realm, she seemed to have lived a life of seclusion. She swung on the swing every day and played with the children. Her temperament was also like a child. As long as you did not provoke her, she was not difficult to get along with. In ancient legends, the demon lord was very aggressive. Now, it seemed that she had changed. Yi Tianli looked up at the sky. The sun was bright and the breeze was blowing. Perhaps the day after tomorrow would also be a sunny day. After the day after tomorrow, she would definitely be his fiancée. He could then stay here for a long time. He looked at Imo again. She was sitting on a stone bench, looking at the group of children with her head tilted. No one could figure out what she was thinking. Yi Tianli's heart suddenly felt warm. If these children were his and her future children, then this scene seemed to be very heartwarming. He was looking forward to it. Imo did not know why, but she was a little restless today. This was a scene that she had never experienced since she was reborn in this continent. She did everything according to her heart. No matter what she was happy about, she would do it. If she was unhappy, she would destroy it. No one could make things difficult for her. So she had been living a carefree and comfortable life. She was the devil master, and all the devils in this world would have an innate fear when they saw her. According to what people said, demons were born to live in a dark and gloomy world, but she didn't like it. 3 years ago, she was reborn in this world, and the demons welcomed her back to the demon world with joy. She only stayed there for 2 days, and she didn't like it. She didn't like the sky that was always dark. She didn't like the cold, barren hills and turbulent waters. She didn't like the dark rivers that were always flowing with blood. She didn't like anything in the devil world. Therefore, she decided to barge into the celestial world and negotiate with the people there to divide the territory. No leader of the earth realm was willing to give up their territory, and the celestial emperor of the celestial world was naturally unwilling as well. However, this demon lord was too powerful. Her strength was too terrifying. Not only could she defeat all the immortals in the immortal world, she also knew the art of war. Since the celestial world did not give her any land, she immediately led her troops to fight. After suffering a few losses, the immortal world finally understood that if they were to fight against this demon lord, not only would they have to pay a huge price and lose their immortal soldiers and immortal generals, they would also not be able to win. Chapter 1584. If they didn't agree to give her a piece of land, all the lands in the immortal realm would be lost. Thus, after half a year of fighting, the Celestial Emperor made a prompt decision to give the demon realm a large piece of land. He gave 2 of the 33 heavens to the demon realm. The spiritual energy in these 2 heavens was extremely abundant. It was a place where flowers bloomed in the warmth of spring and where all living things grew and thrived. To cultivators, this was a paradise for immortals. However, demons were only sensitive to demonic chi. The denser the demonic chi, the faster they could cultivate. Rich spiritual energy was a blessing to immortals, but to demons, it was no less than a disaster. The Celestial Emperor didn't have good intentions when he gave such a piece of land to the demon realm. He was waiting for the demon realm to decline, waiting for them to return these two lands. But he didn't expect that after Amo led the demons to occupy these two heavens, she used some unknown method to convert the spiritual energy into demonic chi. The demons lived very comfortably in this land, and naturally had no intention of returning it. Fortunately, Amo seemed to be satisfied after occupying these two heavens and didn't make any further requests. She occupied one of the heavens to herself, and her daily life was very simple and comfortable. This made everyone in the immortal realm feel more at ease. In fact, the Celestial Emperor still hoped that the Supreme Divinity could return. That way, the immortal realm would be confident again, and they wouldn't have to act according to the Demon Lord's wishes like now. If necessary, he also wanted to drive the devils of the Devil Realm back to their former barren lands. It was a pity that he didn't have the strength to contend with the Demon Lord. If only the Supreme Divinity could return. Of course, this was what the highest echelons of the immortal realm thought. For ordinary immortals, this was actually quite good. It was better for immortals and demons to coexist peacefully than always fighting. Although the immortal and demon realms were turbulent internally, at least they could maintain peace on the surface. IMO seemed to know this, but also didn't. She only followed her heart. If she liked something, she would do it. If she didn't like it, even if the sky fell and the earth cracked, it had nothing to do with her. She didn't know how long she could be satisfied with her current life. Life was too long, too long. Who could be satisfied with and like something for a long time? It was enough for her to like it now. After her rebirth this time, she did not remember anything from before the ancient times. She only remembered her own identity. However, those past events were already like smoke. The past was the past. So what if he knew? So what if he didn't know? It had nothing to do with her current life. She sat there and lazily watched the children play for a while. She felt a little uneasy, as if something unexpected was about to happen. She sat there and tried to figure out, but to no avail. He stretched again. Forget it. Counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. Anyway, she was a little bored now. If something could happen, it might be able to relieve her loneliness. She looked at the children playing around. She didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a little confused. She felt that it was a little noisy. She turned around and left the group of playful children. Once again, she walked under the swing and fluttered onto it, swinging lazily. She was a little sleepy, but for some reason, she couldn't fall asleep even if she closed her eyes. This feeling was not good. She sighed. If she knew this would happen, she would not have driven Yi Tianli away. At the very least, his music had a hypnotic effect. Chapter 1585. What a huge palace. It was unknown how many miles it had. Even if one looked down from the sky, one would not be able to see the edge. Looking in from the outside, one could only see layers of pavilions extending inwards. The pavilions were connected to the sky, and the jade trees were like clouds. Colorful haze floated in the air from time to time. From afar, it looked like it was floating in the clouds. Even the jade lake in the sky might not be able to compare to this, let alone a palace in the human world. There were two simple words on the tall lintel, Mo Palace. Because the day after tomorrow was the big day of the engagement between the Devil Lord and the celestial world hermit Yi Tianli. The outside of Mo Palace was very busy. Some people from the Six Paths who were further away had already arrived in advance with all kinds of strange gifts. Outside Mo Palace, there were demons in charge of receiving guests. After checking all the people, they were brought into Mo Palace. At the entrance of Mo Palace, there were all kinds of carriages. These carriages were either luxurious, simple, or elegant. Obviously, the owners of each carriage were very extraordinary. Of course, the most important people in the Six Paths would not come in advance. Firstly, they wanted to maintain their noble status. Secondly, they all had extraordinary skills and could travel thousands of miles in an instant. It would not be too late for them to come on the day itself. No one in the Six Paths, no matter which world they were from, wanted to bump into the biggest bosses when they were giving gifts. If the gifts were better than those bosses would be unhappy. If the gifts were worse than theirs, it would be embarrassing. Therefore, it was better to come early and give gifts in advance. Everyone would be happier. Everyone on this continent knew that the Devil Lord liked children, especially beautiful children. Therefore, there were a lot of people giving these kinds of gifts this time. Mo Palace naturally had a place to receive these kind of special gifts. They even opened up a new passage to Mo Palace for these gifts. At the entrance of this passage, there were already several carriages responsible for delivering these gifts. Although the style of each carriage was not the same, each carriage was extremely exquisite. Because the manager of Mo Palace, who received these gifts, said that only the most exquisite carriages were worthy of the most exquisite children. When it was close to noon, another carriage rushed over and stopped at the outermost area of the entrance. Manager Mo Palace looked at the carriage and frowned. That carriage looked more ordinary and shabby than the other carriages, especially the two men driving the carriage. Although their clothes were still neat and tidy, their faces were bruised and swollen, as if they had just been beaten up. Palace manager Mo looked down on them and didn't even have the intention to welcome them. He only gestured to the two manservants beside him to receive them. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. The higher the rank of an official, the harder it would be for his attendants to serve him, and the higher his status would be. Now, in the Six Realms, the Devil Master's status was the highest. Even the guards outside her palace were more valuable and had a higher status than ordinary people. Therefore, even though the two of them were rather famous in the Devil Realm, they were still extremely respectful to the two manservants from Mo Palace. They bowed their heads and explained their intentions. Naturally, the main point was how rare and precious their gift was. The two servants glanced at the carriage. They were more knowledgeable. Why is there a lock on the carriage? Is the gift inside very difficult to deal with? The two of them paused and coughed. It is indeed a little difficult. We even suffered a little in order to catch him. However, the goods inside are definitely rare. We've lived for so long, but we've never seen anything so beautiful. The Devil Master will definitely be happy to see it. Chapter 1586. The two servants nodded slightly. Very good. Then open the carriage. Let him come down. I want to take a look first. Mo Palace isn't a place that just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter. The two servants looked at each other and then walked out of the carriage. They asked softly that, "The one inside, could you please come down and let us take a look first?" They added, "The same goes for everyone else. We're not targeting you specifically." The two servants widened their eyes and looked at the carriage as if they were looking at a Western scenery. To be honest, although these children who were sent here as gifts were all good-looking, most of them were forced to come here. The people who sent them here didn't even ask for their opinions. After arriving here, as long as the people of Mo Palace asked to inspect the goods, these children would be taken out of the carriage like goods. This was the first time they had seen something like this. The two servants who sent the gifts seemed to be a little afraid of the child inside. Okay. Only one word came out of the carriage. It was clearly a child's clear and melodious voice, but it carried a clear and cold air like the snow on the plateau. The two servants immediately opened the carriage door as if they had been granted amnesty. Everyone only saw a blur in front of their eyes. A boy in white had already landed on the ground. The moment he landed, everyone held their breaths. So beautiful, so cold. The boy looked to be 6 or 7 years old. He had butterfly-like eyelashes and snow-white skin. His eyes were like rippling autumn waters, and his lips were like light red peonies. His hair was as black as ink and draped over his shoulders. His white robe was like a cloud that flipped around his body. He stood there, setting off everyone around him as if they were made of mud and stone. He also overshadowed the originally beautiful children who had just alighted from the other carriages. The moment he got out of the car, almost everyone gasped in shock. Supervisor at Mo Palace had just received a beautiful girl and was about to personally send her into Mo Palace. However, He felt that the surrounding atmosphere was not right and immediately looked over. Then he opened his eyes wide. Peerless. Peerless. This was simply unprecedented peerless. Compared to this child, all the children who had been sent to the palace added together weren't as good-looking as this child. Palace manager M.O. was so excited that his hands were practically shaking. He strode over and sized up the white-clothed boy a few times. His instincts told him that not only was this child shockingly beautiful, even the faint aura on his body was extremely shocking. "Child, what's your name? Where are you from?" Palace supervisor M.O. asked warmly. "Jiozun." The child only replied with 2 words. Even her voice is so pleasant to listen to. This was simply too perfect. Although he only mentioned his name and not his background, Palace manager M.O. didn't take it to heart. He was just a child. No matter how mysterious he was, what could he do? Such a peerless demon master would definitely be happy to see him. Steward M.O. Gong did not ask any more questions. He said directly, "Little 9 Supremes, you've been selected. Come with me." He liked this child so much that he couldn't help but reach out to hold his hand to show his affection. However, the boy's eyes flashed slightly, and he took half a step back, causing him to grab the air. Palace manager M.O. was taken aback. He glanced at the child again and felt that this child didn't know how to appreciate favors. She wanted to reprimand him, but when she saw his beautiful face, she decided against it. Forget it, he's just a kid. There's no need to be calculative. After all, the 2 people who had sent Shinjuli here were still worried, so they used a sound transmission technique to send a message to Chief Manager M.O. Gong. Chapter 1587. The 2 people who had sent Shinjuli here were still worried, so they used telepathy to send a message to Palace Manager M.O., vaguely saying that the child's powers were not low, and that it would be better to investigate thoroughly before sending him to the Devil Lord. Palace Manager Mo's lips curled into a smile, not taking it to heart at all. Currently, there was no match for the Devil Lord in the entire continent of gods and demons, nor could they plot against him. No matter how impressive this child was, he was only a genius. What would he do? Children of such quality were too rare. Palace Manager M.O. was in a good mood and rewarded the 2 people handsomely. Then, he personally brought the selected children in. There were a total of 8 children selected this time, 3 girls and 5 boys. Naturally, all of them were stunning beauties, especially the 3 girls, who were practically a ball of powder. Originally, these children each had their own beauty, and it was hard to tell who was better. However, ever since Jiozun joined them, he was like a phoenix flying into a flock of chickens, stealing the limelight of all the children even though he hadn't even spoken a word. The other children all had different reactions. The 3 girls were still fine, but the other 4 boys simply had the heart to scratch his face to pieces. The 3 girls couldn't help but want to get closer to him to surround him. Children at this age were still ignorant and liked to be straightforward no matter what they said or did. Their likes were written all over their faces, and their dislikes were also written all over their faces. One of the bolder girls even ran to his side, looking at him with a pair of big, adorable eyes. "Jiozun, I'll marry you when I grow up, okay? I want to be your wife." Palace Manager M.O., who was leading the way, was shocked by her words. He turned back to look at Jiozun, wanted to see his reaction. Unexpectedly, the little fellow was so cool. He acted as if he hadn't heard anything and only cared about walking. The girl was a feisty one. Naturally, she wasn't satisfied that her confession didn't get a response. She immediately chased after him, reaching out to pull Jiozun's hand, wanting to act coy. Okay. She didn't touch Jiozun's hand because her hand touched an invisible barrier halfway through. As if struck by lightning, she retracted her hand abruptly. It was probably the first time the girl had encountered such a huge setback, for she burst into tears. Palace Chief Eunuch M.O. didn't pay any attention to him, because the Demon Master had once said that there was no need to control the children too much. It was fine to just let them grow up freely. Moreover, the Devil Lord liked the new and hated the old. Most of the children who entered the palace stayed in M.O. Palace for half a year before being sent away. Mo Palace was huge, so huge that it seemed to have no end. The path these children were on was obviously special, as it led directly to the depths of Mo Palace. The child called Jiuzun was naturally Shunjuli. He thought that his gift would be unique, but he didn't expect to enter the palace with this bunch of little radishes. This scene was rather similar to the emperor choosing a candidate, and she was the candidate. Shunjuli had never thought that he would be reduced to such a state one day. Thinking about it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He followed Palace Steward Mo inside, taking in the surrounding scenery along the way. The scenery here was very beautiful, and every brick and tile was ingenious. Some places gave him a vague feeling of familiarity. He raised his eyes and looked into the depths of the building. What would she look like after her rebirth? Would she still remember him? Passing through many courtyards and winding corridors, Palace Chief Eunuch Mo led them for who knew how long before he finally stopped in front of a large garden. He had the children wait at the door while he went in to report. Chapter 1588. The group of children was still quite nervous. After all, they did not know what would happen to them after they were sent in as gifts. The more they did not know, the more afraid they were. Some of the children even guessed that there were monsters hiding inside and that they were sent in to be fed to the monsters. Shunjuli was silent. His hearing was amazing, and he could already hear the children playing inside. However, he did not hear her. "Little brother, will we be eaten?" The little girl who was crying earlier had already stopped crying. At this moment, she came to talk to Shunjuli again. Shunjuli was too lazy to pay attention to the little kid. He took 2 steps to the side. He had a kind of aura that kept people away. The children did not dare to do anything to him. He was so unsociable, so the children looked at each other and isolated him. After a while, the general manager came back. However, the news he brought back made Shunjuli look down. He looked a little strange. He passed the Devil Lord's order. The Devil Lord said that she was not interested in children recently, so the children who were sent here today were to be returned. She did not need to see them. After the oral order was passed, the group of children had different reactions. They were happy and sad. No one dared to disobey the Devil Lord's order. Therefore, although the general manager felt regretful, he still led the group of children out. When the general manager led the group of children to the gate of the Mo Palace, he inadvertently looked back and was suddenly stunned. There were 7 children left behind. The prettiest and most stunning child had disappeared. He asked the other children, and they seemed to have just realized that the child was missing. They were even more confused than him. The general manager's heart sank. His kung fu was one of the best in the Devil Kingdom. Even if a mosquito flew past him, he could instantly distinguish the gender of the mosquito. Now that a child was missing, he only realized it now. That child was indeed not simple. The general manager did not care about anything else. He handed the remaining 7 children to another servant and turned back to look for the child himself. "Father, is Mommy really here?" Shinyama had been holding back for a long time. Now, he finally had the time to ask. "There should be," Shunjuli replied with 3 words. He had already arrived at the big garden. "But why doesn't Mommy want to see us? Doesn't she miss us?" Shinyama felt wronged. Shunjuli said, "It doesn't matter. If she doesn't want to see us, we can go see her." He looked at the gate of the garden and paused for a moment. There was a barrier around the garden. Moreover, it was the kind of enchantment with extremely strong magic power. If one did not have a special identity, they would not be able to enter and exit the gate at will. His gaze fell on the barrier, and there seemed to be waves in the depths of his eyes. With such a strong enchantment, it seemed that her martial arts were strong enough, which made him feel quite gratified. The only thing that made him unhappy was that with his current power, it was not impossible for him to forcefully break the barrier, but it would also alarm the people in the garden. If he scared her away, suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. He turned around and saw the chief steward dashing over. His eyes flickered, but he didn't do anything. When the steward saw him, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Little ancestor, who allowed you to come back on your own?" She raised her hand and was about to tug at his sleeve and leave. Shunjuli stepped back smoothly, and the steward grabbed nothing. "I want to see the Devil Master," Shunjuli said. Chapter 1589. The steward was stunned for a moment. He had secretly used the best martial arts of the Devil Realm just now. Even a valiant general would not be able to escape from his grasp. He did not expect that this child would be able to dodge it so easily. His expression turned serious as he asked, "Who are you?" The child's martial arts were beyond his expectations. Shun Jiuli pursed his lips and said, "I'm an old friend of hers. Tell her my name and she'll see me." The steward laughed. "Little guy, I mentioned your name in front of the Devil Master just now. She didn't want to see you at all. No one can disobey the Devil Master's orders. I advise you to leave obediently." Shun Jiuli's eyes seemed to flash with a dark light. So, she didn't want to see these children because of him? It seemed like she still remembered him. He wasn't afraid that she wouldn't see him or fall out with him. He was only afraid that she would completely forget about him and never remember him again. All right. Don't dawdle here. Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave now, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." The steward threatened. He was a devil and originally had no feelings for children. However, the Devil Master had ordered that no one was allowed to harm children. Anyone who disobeyed would be severely punished. Therefore, although the steward was very angry with Shun Jiuli for being disobedient, he still didn't dare to do anything to him. He wanted to scare him away first. There are ferocious beasts in Mo Palace that eat children. If you don't leave now, I'll feed you to the ferocious beasts. Shun Jiuli lowered his eyes slightly. All right, I'll leave. The steward finally let out a sigh of relief. Shun Jiuli said again, "However, I'd like to ask the steward to pass something to the Devil Master for me." "What can a child like you pass something to her?" the steward asked impatiently. Shun Jiuli's sleeve drooped, and an egg-sized red stone appeared in his palm. "This is it." The steward was stunned. A stone fetus? There was nothing strange about the appearance of the red stone. The only strange thing was that there was a small baby inside the stone. The baby was still alive, swimming around like a fish. This was indeed a rare item. The steward took the red stone and examined it in his palm. The baby in the red stone opened his eyes and looked at Shun Jiuli accusingly. He didn't believe that his father would sell him out like this. The general manager sensed the stone and didn't feel any danger from it. After thinking for a while, he realized that his Lord Devil liked children. If he gave this rare stone fetus to her, she might really like it. Thus, he nodded and kept the rock. He then called for a manservant to bring the little 9 Supremes out. Seeing that Shun Jiuli had indeed left with the manservant, he turned around and entered the garden. The enchantment outside the garden recognized people. Unless he personally led the way, no one would be able to enter without making a sound. "Lord Devil Master." The steward bowed respectfully under the swing. Imo didn't even open her eyes. She said indifferently, "What are you doing here again?" The steward raised the red stone above his head. "Lord Devil Master, someone sent such a rare item. This subordinate guesses that Lord Devil Master might like it, so I boldly offer it to you." Imo lazily opened her eyes. When her gaze landed on the stone, her pupils suddenly shrank. She slowly got up from the swing and raised her hand. A faint red light flashed, and the red stone was already in her palm. Chapter 1590. She looked down at the baby in the stone, and the baby in the stone was also looking at her with his eyes wide open. Usually, a newborn baby would be wrinkled and would not be considered good-looking. However, this baby was different. His facial features were already very delicate, especially his pair of big and watery eyes. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, even a heart of stone would instantly melt into a puddle of water. The baby was almost leaning on the stone wall to look at her. His eyes were getting bigger and bigger, and his little mouth was flattened again and again. He seemed to be getting more and more aggrieved. His expression made Imo inexplicably nervous. Just as she was about to say something, the baby suddenly cried, "Mommy!" Mo's hand trembled. The small stone in her hand fell to the ground. Her expression changed slightly. She waved her sleeve and caught the small stone before it fell to the ground. She was about to pick it up. Suddenly, she heard the sound of something tearing. Half of her sleeve was soaked through. Oh no! She did not expect the small stone to be so fragile. It broke before it fell to the ground, and the beautiful baby in it. She turned her sleeve and rolled the broken stone up to see if there was any possibility of repairing it. However, the moment she rolled it up, she was stunned again. The red stone had broken into 2 pieces, and a naked baby was lying on her sleeve. His 2 little hands were desperately holding the cloth as he cried heartbreakingly, "Mommy, Mommy, Nyenma has finally found you. Don't you want Nyenma anymore?" Below, General Manager Mo's palace, who had not had time to leave, was also shocked by the scene. His mouth was so wide open that it could fit a duck egg. Mo was stunned. She looked down at the baby who was desperately clinging to her sleeve like an octopus. She was afraid that he would fall again, so she quickly used her sleeve to wrap him up. However, she was a little speechless. Did the baby born from the stone have a baby's nestling complex? The first person he saw after he was born was his own mother. However, fortunately, the little guy was fine. Seeing that he was crying so loudly and full of confidence, he should not be hurt. The little guy cried very happily. It seemed that he wanted to cry out all the grievances that he had not been able to see his mother these days. Tears rolled down one by one, and Mo's heart was in a mess. "Don't cry. Don't cry." Manager Mo Gong finally regained his senses. This stone fetus was too strange. It didn't come out earlier or later. It just had to come out of its shell when it was in the Devil Master's hands. It even made the Devil Master's body so wet and dirty. More importantly, it was one thing for a baby to roll out of the stone, but why were there so many other things? There were books, paintings, and even a rattle drum. What was even stranger was that although these things were rolled out from the fetal fluid, they were not wet at all. They were clean as if they were new. Lord Devil Master loved cleanliness. She would directly destroy her clothes if there were more water stains on her body. Now, her sleeves were wet with such a large, unknown liquid, and that smooth doll. He hurriedly took a step forward. "Demon Master, give it to me first." This doll was a freak. He had to get it out and study it. At the very least, he had to clean it up before considering if he should give it to the Lord Devil to play with. Mo looked at the crying doll on her sleeve and felt that it was time to deal with the child first. You first. Just as he was about to say something along the lines of "go take a bath with the chief steward first," the child's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 1591. Just as she was about to say something along the lines of "go out and take a bath with the head butler," unexpectedly, the baby's body stiffened, and then he clung to her tightly. He looked up at her with tears in his eyes and complained, "Mommy, don't you want Nyenma anymore? Nyenma has been so obedient. Don't abandon him." Mo was speechless. The little guy held on to her tightly, as if he was afraid of being abandoned. His crying made her heart ache. She paused and waved her hand, indicating that the head butler could leave. The head butler was still holding a pile of things that had just rolled out of the stone. Naturally, he would not disobey the order of the Devil Lord. He turned and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, the baby opened his hands to him. "My things. Don't take my things." Mo was afraid that he would cry again, so she simply rolled up her sleeves and took the things in the head butler's hands. "Don't cry. Your things are here." The baby was satisfied this time. Once again, he lay on her sleeves. He was still puzzled. Why is Mommy's clothes so wet? Mo was speechless. She sighed softly. Naturally, she did not want to lower herself to the child's level. She waved her hand to let the head butler leave. Then, she turned around on the swing and disappeared. The steward left with a thunderous expression on his face. He knew that the Devil Lord liked children, but he did not expect that she liked them to the extent of indulgence. The baby that jumped out of the stone made her so dirty, but she did not even touch him. A gentle breeze blew, and the unmanned swing swayed a little. The surroundings returned to tranquility and peace. A moment later, a figure appeared on a big tree next to them. He had black hair and a white robe. He was as handsome as a painting. He looked down at the swaying swing not far away. There were dark waves surging in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. His body moved and landed directly on the swing. The swing swayed gently with him on it. There was a faint smell of her on the swing. It was so sweet and so familiar. When he breathed it in, his heart trembled as if it was scalded. "Shiwama, No matter what, I finally found you. It doesn't matter if you remember or not. I won't let go again. He sat on the swing, his white robes fluttering in the wind like snow. Hey, that's the Devil Master's swing. No one is allowed to sit on it. Not far away, a child ran over and pointed at him, accusing loudly, "Hey, who are you?" He didn't finish his sentence because he realized that the swing was empty. There wasn't a single person on it. The child rubbed his eyes again and mumbled, "Strange. Are my eyes playing tricks on me?" There was a bathtub filled with moderately hot water, and a small child was happily splashing about in it. "It feels so good to be able to come out." Mo squatted beside the basin and looked down at him. The little guy cried and laughed quickly. Just a moment ago, he was crying as if the sky had collapsed. Now, he was laughing like an angel. She looked at him in a daze. It was true that she liked children, but of all the children she had brought into the garden, none of them had been able to stir her emotions like this one. Could it be because she had personally delivered him? She watched the child happily play in the basin, so she let him do as he pleased. She raised her hand, and the red stone that had broken in half appeared in her palm again. Chapter 1592. She raised her hand, and the broken red stone appeared in her palm again. She studied it for a moment and touched it with her hand. She did not expect that the stone could give birth to a baby. Then, she looked at the rattle drum and other things on the ground and shook her head. It was quite unbelievable. Her eyes fell on the scroll again. She paused for a moment and gently waved her sleeve. The scroll opened silently, and the person in the painting appeared. In the painting, there was a girl playing the pipa. She was about 18 or 19 years old. Her red dress was in full swing, and her eyes were lively. It was as if she could walk out of the painting with just a breath of air. "Mommy, that is you. Do I look good?" Shin Yinma held the edge of the basin with his two little hands. He looked at the painting, and then at Imo. "Mommy is really beautiful. You look better than the painting." Imo raised her hand and touched her face. Then, she looked at the painting again and tilted her head as if she was thinking about something. She nodded and said, "You do look like you." She took the little guy out of the basin and wiped him dry with cloth. The little guy obediently let her play with him and closed his eyes comfortably. His mommy's fingers were so soft and warm. In the past, she used to touch him through his belly. Now, she could really touch him. Babies like to be touched by their mothers. It was an instinct, and Shun Yinma was no exception. He did not expect to see his mommy again one day. He did not expect to be in his mommy's arms as soon as he was born. At this moment, Shun Yinma no longer blamed his father for betraying him. It felt good to be by his mommy's side. Shun Yinma happily rubbed his big head on his mommy's hand. However, his mommy looked so small. If he did not smell like his mommy, he would have called her sister when he fell into her sleeve. The little guy was indeed a child who jumped out of a stone. His skin was so soft and tender when he was just born, especially when the little guy was so adorable. When he rubbed his big head on her hand, Imo felt as if her cold heart had been opened, revealing the softness in her heart. She didn't prepare any child's clothes here, so after giving the boy a bath, Imo couldn't find any clothes for him to wear. She wanted to conjure a set of clothes for him, but the clothes she conjured would contain a spell after all. She was afraid that the child's skin was too tender and wouldn't be able to withstand it. She hesitated for a moment before taking the sound-transmitting talisman and instructing palace manager Mo to buy several sets of baby clothes as quickly as possible. Of course, the faster, the more comfortable, the better. "What's your name?" Imo asked casually as he combed his soft hair. Shin Yinma. Shin Yinma sat there obediently. Imo paused for a moment and looked at the child in a daze. "You have parents?" Shin Yinma turned his head and looked at her with confusion. "Mommy, aren't you my mother?" He pursed his lips and was about to cry again. "Mommy, don't tell me you still don't recognize me? Yinma misses you so much these days." He reached out his little hand and pulled her sleeve. His pair of eyes were covered with tears. He looked at her with watery eyes, as if he was afraid that he would be abandoned. Mo's heart softened. She hugged him in her arms and kissed his forehead naturally. "Yinma, good boy. Mother recognizes you." Although it was a little awkward to say the word mother, there was some warmth in his heart. Chapter 1593. The little guy was very good at seizing the opportunity. He immediately stretched out his little arms and wrapped them around her neck. He kissed her on the cheek and then laid his big head on her shoulder. He greedily sniffed her scent and yawned. "Mother, I am sleepy." There was a gentle knock on the door. "Devil Master, I am here to bring you some clothes." Imo was slightly stunned. How fast? This time, the efficiency of the manager was extraordinarily high. She flicked her finger, and the door opened from both sides. She also used her sleeve to cover the little body of the baby in her arms. She was worried that he would catch a cold. General Manager Imo came in with a tray in his hand. There were a few sets of baby clothes neatly stacked on the tray. "Devil Master, what do you think of these?" The general manager handed the clothes to her. Imo did not take them with her hands. She only said, "Put them on the table over there. You can leave now." General Manager Mo's fingers froze for a moment. He retracted his hand and answered, "Yes." Then he put the tray on the table. Imo did not pay attention to him. Her attention was focused on the baby in her arms. The little guy's hair was still wet. The wind might make him sick. Palace Manager Mo's gaze swept over her and the child. He looked at the little fellow lying in her arms with her bare buttocks and her arms wrapped around her neck. Her saliva was about to drip onto her mother's neck. "Devil Master, why don't you let me help him get dressed?" General Manager Imo volunteered. Palace Manager Imo was actually a rather handsome young man. He walked over as he spoke. Imo frowned slightly. "No need. Get out." She did not know why, but she did not want anyone to take care of the baby on her behalf. General Manager Imo was stunned. His arms hung down. "Yes." He walked backward and took a look at the little guy before he left. The little guy was sleepy with his eyes closed. He inexplicably shivered when he was glanced at. He looked up in a daze to see where the chill came from. There were only him and his mother in the room. He looked around and did not see anyone else. So he snuggled into his mother's arms and tried to find a comfortable position to sleep. Imo put him on the bed. When she was about to get up to check on the clothes, the little boy held her arm and refused to let go. "Mother, don't leave me. I want to sleep with you." Imo patted his little body. "Wait, Mother will bring you some clothes." There was also demonic chi in her blanket, and this little fellow was covered in immortal chi. She was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. She looked at the small clothes. The clothes were extraordinarily exquisite. Whether it was the cut or the fabric, they were all unique. She rubbed the small clothes with her hands. These clothes did not seem to be made of materials from his continent. She picked a set and put on the little guy. The soft fabric was like clouds. After the little guy put it on, he stretched his arms and kicked his legs. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with the clothes. Imo looked at him in a daze for a moment, then got into bed and tucked him under the blanket. "All right, go to sleep." She also closed her eyes. She was easily sleepy now, so it was necessary for her to sleep twice a day. Just when she was about to fall asleep, she felt something soft on her arm. A chubby little guy had squeezed into her blanket. Nyema wants Mother to hug him to sleep. Big Head snuggled into her arms and used her arm as a pillow. Then he closed his eyes again. Chapter 1594. Imo was not used to having a little boy in her arms all of a sudden. The sleepiness that she had just cultivated was all gone. She opened her eyes and looked at the child in her arms. There was a faint feeling in her heart. It was a kind of sharp pain that went deep into her soul. Before the image could appear, she forced it down. She closed her eyes and pulled her arm out from under the sleeping child. Silently, she moved to the side and slightly distanced herself from the child. The more you cared about something, the easier it was to lose it. Instead of that, she would rather not care about anything. Had she not lived the same way for the past 3 years? It was good to have such a carefree attitude. She did not want to change it. As for this child, it was better for her not to get too close. Shinyinma was probably afraid of being abandoned. He was very insecure and felt that his mother was far away from him in his sleep. Even though he was still in a daze, his body still managed to roll to her side. He only stopped when he reached her arm. Then he used his 2 little hands to hold her hand in his arms and murmured, "Mommy, don't abandon me." And Mo was about to withdraw her hand, but when she heard him murmuring in his sleep, she froze. She lowered her eyes and let him hold her. The great devil liked to be quiet, so there were no other buildings around her palace. There were only countless tall trees that covered the sky. Shunjili was sitting on top of a big tree with thick branches and leaves. The branches and leaves covered his body. He had also concealed his aura. Even if someone passed by under the tree, no one would be able to discover his whereabouts. Not far from the tree was Ning Xiuma's palace. In the palace, his wife and son were sleeping soundly. If possible, he also wanted to sleep with his wife and son in his arms. However, he could not. Now was not the time for him to appear. If he appeared in front of her now, it would only make things worse. Therefore, he had to wait. He had to wait until the most suitable time to appear in front of her. Moreover, he had to make it so that she had no room to refuse. Shunjili was rarely impulsive. Sometimes he would be simple and direct. He would be quick and decisive to solve the problem completely. Otherwise, he could advance step by step. By the time the other party was alerted, he would have already set up all the traps and would not be able to escape even if he wanted to. Of course, there were very few things in this world that could trouble him. Most of the time, he used the first method to solve most problems. He was not in a hurry. He had endured for so long, so he did not mind waiting for a few more days. He lowered his eyes and pondered for a moment. Then, his figure flashed and left. He was very relieved that the child was with his mother. Right now, his top priority was to recover. He had to make the best use of his time to recover his strength. He knew of a good place to recover his strength. Yi Tianli did not expect that in less than a day after he left, Mo had a child in her arms. At that time, the sky was high, the clouds were light, and the wind was cool. Mo was playing on a swing with a child in her arms. The child was lying in her arms and swinging with her, giggling from the teasing. Yi Tianli was standing under the swing with a zither in his arms. He was a little surprised to see this scene. After a pause, he said, Mo's red dress fluttered on the swing. She was holding the child with one arm. She tilted her head and looked at him. "You're here. Play another song. I'll swing him along with the music." She realized that the child had a strong sense of music. When she hummed a song, he would use his little hand to clap the beat for her. Chapter 1595. Yi Tianli was speechless. Indeed, he was good at playing the guqin. It was fun to please her with the music, but he could use it to coax the child. This child. He was about to ask if the child was also sent by someone else. Unexpectedly, the child wrapped his arms around Mo's neck and said softly, "Mother, Nianma is hungry." Yi Tianli was shocked. Mother? Wasn't it too casual to call her mother? He could not help but look at Mo. Mo seemed to have approved of the name. She raised her hand and rubbed Shen Nianma's head. "Okay, I will ask someone to prepare something for you. What do you want to eat?" She had never raised such a small child before, so she really did not know what he could eat. Shen Nianma immediately asked for a few things. Mo did not hesitate and immediately summoned the head servant of Palace, Missouri, to prepare. Yi Tianli was left alone for a long time. Finally, he could not help but ask, Mo, when did this child come?" "Just last night," Mo casually said. She lowered her head and asked Shen Nianma, "Are you thirsty?" "Yes," Shen Nianma answered obediently. He was not thirsty, but he liked the feeling of being cared for by his mother. Also, he did not like the man standing below. He always felt that he was going to steal his mother away. Yi Tianli staggered. Just born. For the first time, the gentle and elegant son of the celestial world, who would not change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, stuttered. He was really shocked. He was going to be engaged with his sweetheart tomorrow, but she came out today with a child. The problem was, he did not see her pregnant. She even looked like a virgin. How could it be? At this moment, the head servant of Palace, Missouri came in and explained, this child was sent by someone. He was born in a stone embryo. Before he could finish his explanation, Mo glared at him. The head servant immediately shut up. Yi Tianli heaved a sigh of relief. That scared him. He looked at the child again. The child was holding a jade cup and drinking water. His posture was actually quite elegant. He did not look like a child who had just been born. Was he born in a stone embryo? A demon child? No, there was no demonic aura on his body. Instead, there seemed to be a faint white glow around him. That was the holy light that even ordinary immortals did not have. Yi Tianli raised his hand and shot out a gentle silver light. He wanted to test the child's aptitude. Unexpectedly, just as he shot out the silver light, the child screamed, "Mommy, he wants to kill me." A white light shot out from his body and went straight for the silver light. The silver light was more powerful than the white light. Seeing that the silver light was about to cover Shen Yinma's head, Mo raised his sleeve. A faint red light met the silver light. The silver light trembled and disappeared in an instant. "What are you doing?" Mo glanced at Yi Tianli, his voice cold. Yi Tianli was speechless. I just wanted to test his aptitude." "No need." Mo held the child in his arms. "He's mine. You don't have to ask." Yi Tianli, he paused for a moment. "Mo, we will be engaged tomorrow. I will be your future husband. If this child recognizes you as his mother, I will be his future father." At first, Shen Yinma did not understand what he said. However, he understood the last sentence. He immediately opened his eyes wide. "No, I want my own father. I don't want him to be my father." Yi Tianli was speechless. His eyes flashed slightly. He gently said, "Nianma, your name is Nianma, right? Who is your father? Tell me, and I will help you find him, okay?" Chapter 1596. He did not like the child. If the child had parents, he would help to find them so that the child would not have to pester Mo like this. "Oh no!" Shen Yinma shook his head like a rattle drum and looked at him with caution. "You are a bad person. You want to separate me and my mother. I don't want to talk to you." Yi Tianli was speechless. This kid, he smiled and did not want to argue with the child. He shook his head and ignored him. He looked at Mo and said, "Mo, this child is really attached to you. He probably thinks that you are his mother." "She's my mother." Shen Yinma interrupted him unhappily and even kissed Mo's neck to show off. His saliva was all over Mo's face. Yi Tianli was speechless again. He could not be serious with a child. He looked at Shen Yinma again and suddenly had a thought. The child's mouth and nose were similar to Mo's. Was it a coincidence? Or was it Nianma? This name seemed to be a little special. He blurted out, "Did this child really jump out from the stone?" At this time, General Manager Mo could finally interrupt. "It is true. The stone that the child hid in was sent by me." General Manager Mo would not lie. Yi Tianli nodded. "The child's origin is indeed strange. Where did the stone come from?" It was sent by a child." General Manager Mo answered. "Mo, are you this seat's chief steward or his chief steward?" Mo asked coldly. General Manager Mo shuddered and finally came back to his senses. He seemed to have said too much. He quickly took a step back and did not want to say anything more. Mo looked at Yi Tianli with a faint smile. "Is it necessary for you to investigate my affairs so thoroughly?" "Mo, I'm just doing it for your own good." Yi Tianli sighed softly. "This is the first time I see you being so concerned about a child. So I want to know more about him to avoid any accidents that might hurt you. I don't need your kindness. I know what I am doing." Mo stuffed a small pastry into Shen Yinma's mouth to stop him from talking. Yi Tianli smiled and cleverly stopped talking about this topic. "Mo, shall we go to the pear sea today? The pear blossoms over there are blooming nicely." Mo was a little lazy. When she was about to say no, Shen Yinma's eyes lit up. "Li Hua, Nianma wanted to see it. Mother, can you bring Nianma to have a look?" he asked softly. Mo's heart softened, and she nodded. "Okay." Yi Tianli's heart skipped a beat again. He quietly glanced at Shen Yinma. In fact, he did not want Mo to bring this little burden, but he smiled and said, "If that's the case, let's go." He stretched out his hand. "Mo, you must be tired of carrying him all the time. Why don't you give him to me? It's a good opportunity for me to cultivate a relationship with him." No. Shen Yinma immediately hugged Mo's neck and refused to let go. "I only want my mother to hug me, not him." This child was indeed too clingy. Usually, people who clung to her did not end up well. Mo's face darkened. "Let go." Her voice was slightly cold, and the faint aura around her made Shen Yinma's little body stiffen. He slowly let go of his hand and looked at Mo with a pair of big eyes. "Mother." Was his mother scolding him? Chapter 1597. Imo did not look at him. If you want to see the pear blossoms with me, then be a good boy and let Uncle Yi carry you. She pushed Shen Yinma into Yi Tianli's arms and turned to leave. Yi Tianli smiled and looked at the little guy in his arms. He patted his back and said, "A good boy is a good boy." Shen Yinma was angry. He was a clean freak. He only allowed his mother and father to carry him. Who was this man? He did not want to listen to him. He immediately slapped Yi Tianli. "Let me go. I don't want you to carry me." Slap. His slap landed on Yi Tianli's face. After all, he was the son of God. Although he was not like the legendary Neza, who could turn the world upside down when he was born, he was still very strong. He had even cultivated his telekinesis. Therefore, the slap on Yi Tianli's face was very loud and clear. After the sound, there was a bright red handprint on Yi Tianli's handsome face. Yi Tianli did not expect the little guy to slap him. He loosened his arms, and the little guy almost fell to the ground. "You, what's wrong?" Imo turned back. Yi Tianli smiled bitterly. This child's temper. It seems that he is a little impatient. He probably doesn't want you to carry him. Nianma, apologize. Imo looked at the handprint on Yi Tianli's face. Her pretty face sank. This child was indeed a little arrogant. Shen Yinma pouted and was a little angry. He raised his head and said, "No, I don't want this person to carry me. He is a bad guy." Imo raised her hand and pulled him out from Yi Tianli's arms. "I will say it again. Apologize. If you don't apologize, my mother will no longer recognize you." Shen Yinma's little face was red. His mother was scolding him because of a man. There were tears in his big eyes. In fact, he was still very angry. At this time, he felt wronged. "I don't want to." With a whoosh, his little body was thrown out and fell into the arms of General Manager Heimu, who was stunned. "Then don't go. Heimu, look after him." Head Steward Heimu hugged the soft little bun in his arms and could only bitterly say yes. "Mommy, don't you want me anymore?" Shen Yinma finally burst into tears. Imo's heart seemed to have been stabbed by something. She slightly lowered her eyes and looked at Shen Yinma. The little guy was crying in the arms of General Manager Heimu. She clenched her fists in her sleeves and turned around. "Yi Tianli, let's go." The two of them flew in harmony. Their conversation could be heard faintly in the air. "Imo, just call me Tianli. It's just a habit. I hope you'll get used to calling me husband one day." The two silhouettes, one green and one red, gradually disappeared in the air and could no longer be seen. Mother really didn't want him anymore. Shen Yinma cried hysterically in Heimu's arms. It was the first time he cried so loudly since he was born. The little guy's cries were very contagious. Even someone as cold-hearted as Head Steward Heimu felt his eyes ache from his cries. Thousands of pear trees were blooming. The snow-white petals of the pear blossoms fluttered in the air and fluttered to the ground. The scenery was too beautiful to behold. Imo walked among them. Her black hair fluttered, and her red dress fluttered. She was like a painting. Yi Tianli walked side by side with her. He sighed softly. "Imo, I hope we can have this day every year." Imo raised her head and looked around the pear blossom forest. She was a little distracted. She did not know why, but Shen Yinma's big teary eyes kept flashing in front of her. She even seemed to hear his cries in her ears. In the small theater, Shen Julie coldly said, "Moo, you can torture me. I'm not afraid of torture, but how dare you torture my baby? Are you not afraid that I will slap you away?" Moo immediately smiled flatteringly. "That, great God, this is the plot's need. Your wife is too cold now. You have to let her live again. You can't stir up waves in her heart. Let your son do it." Shen Julie was speechless. "I'd rather you torture me." Moo sighed. "These days, there are still people who want to be tortured." Shen Julie's voice was cold. "What did you say?" Moo immediately smiled. "Well, it's nothing. All right, great master, you have always been high and mighty in this drama. You are known as the Great Master. Now, Moo has also participated in the competition between the goddesses. It is now the last round, the decisive moment. Can you get your fans to like my post and post a comment for me?" Shen Julie, where? Moo. It's in the comments section below the book in the pinned post. Click on it and let the fans stretch out their cute little hands, like the post, and leave a comment. Of course, your fans are as talented as the clouds. If you follow the request and post a 300-word-long comment, that would be even better. Shun Julie snorted. What's the reward? Moo Moo gritted his teeth. How about more than 1,000 likes and one more comment? Shun Julie, deal? Chapter 1598. She frowned. Something was wrong with her state of mind. Even if the child was close to her, he was not hers after all. She was the one who brought him out of the stone shell. He called her mother, but she might not be his mother. She seemed to have placed too much emphasis on the child. Imo, what's wrong? Imo was distracted for a moment. She tripped over a tree root and staggered. Yi Tianli hurriedly supported her. Imo touched her forehead and closed her eyes slightly. When she opened them again, they were clear. She smiled. Nothing, Yi Tianli. Play another song for me. She flew up to a pear tree and leaned on the branch, looking like she was all ears. Yi Tianli naturally would not refuse her request. Okay. His eyes flashed slightly. Imo seemed to be particularly easy to talk to today. She also smiled more. One of them was listening on the tree while the other was playing under the tree. It was harmonious and beautiful. Time slipped by in this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere. The two of them had a lot of fun this time. When they returned, the sky was already filled with stars. Before they parted, Yi Tianli held Mo's hand. Under the starlight, his eyes were as bright as the stars. Mo, tomorrow is our big day. After tomorrow, we can be together forever. Do you like it? Mo yawned. I like it. It seemed good to have someone to accompany her like this. Her days were not so difficult. Under the starlight, she was stunningly beautiful. Her indifferent appearance had a strange temperament that made Yi Tianli's heart beat faster. He couldn't help but raise his hand and pull her, wanting to pull her into his embrace for a kiss. However, he didn't expect that the other party would just lift her sleeve and escape his grasp. She waved her hand at him and said, "All right, go. See you tomorrow." She turned around and disappeared without a trace. Yi Tianli stood there for a moment and looked at his hand. It still had the residual warmth of her hand. That small hand seemed to have always been cold, like a cold, soft jade. When he held it, it seemed to be able to freeze his heart. Was it because she was a demon? He did not know if her lips were as cold as her hand. When they were engaged tomorrow, he should be able to taste her lips, right? Who knew that he had been with her for more than a year? And they had been together almost every day, but they had never been intimate. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but she had a kind of intimidating aura that made him not dare to act rashly. Up until now, it was just a simple handshake. However, it would be different after tomorrow. Tomorrow, he would officially be her fiancé. Everything would be different from what it used to be. She probably wouldn't reject him if he tried to be intimate with her again. When Imo returned to Mo Palace, it was already close to dawn. She had wanted to summon Moo to ask about little Munchkin's situation, but on second thought, she decided against it. That child would only cry a few times. He was probably asleep by now. It wouldn't be too late for her to visit him tomorrow. Thinking of this, she directly returned to her own palace. She liked peace and quiet, so she didn't need any maids to serve her. Her palace was only cleaned by her maids at a specific time every morning. Usually, there was no one in her palace. She walked to the door of her bedroom and suddenly paused. There was a small figure curled up in front of the door. He was sitting there motionlessly, as if he had fallen asleep. Her heart felt like it had been hit by something. Chapter 1599. She felt as if her heart had been struck by something. Little Munchkin, why was he here? What was the bastard Moo doing? Why did he let the child run out alone? She stepped forward and carried the little guy. However, she felt that something was wrong. The little guy's body was hot, as if he was having a fever. She looked at his face under the starlight and felt as if her heart was being pricked again. The little guy's face was pale, and his eyes were swollen like walnuts. Apparently, he had been crying for a long time. She did not know if he was asleep or unconscious at the moment. His little nose was moving, and from time to time, he would say in his sleep, "Mommy, don't abandon Nianma." Mo's arm trembled slightly. She raised her hand and touched his forehead. It was also hot. Her heart tightened. "Nianma, Nianma." She tried to call him a few times. The little guy's body stiffened, and he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were so swollen that he could only open them slightly. The moment he saw Amo, he tried hard to open his eyes. There were tears in his eyes. He reached out his little hand and carefully touched her cheek. "Mommy?" Amo's heart ached. She answered, "Nianma, why are you here? Didn't he Mu make arrangements for you? This bastard. I will call him here now." Shen Nianma's body trembled. He hugged her arm tightly and pouted as if he was about to cry. However, he tried hard to hold it in. He tried to negotiate with her. "Nianma wants to sleep with Mommy. I don't want him. Mommy, please don't abandon me again, okay? I will be good and listen to you. I will not throw tantrums anymore." His voice was choked with sobs. His careful behavior inexplicably made Amo feel suffocated. It was as if a ball of cotton was stuffed in her throat. She almost could not speak. "Nianma." She called out to him, but didn't know what to say for a moment. She sighed and was just about to carry him into her bedroom when she saw head steward Himu rushing over. She stopped in her tracks and looked at him coldly. When Himu saw the child in her arms, he let out a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the expression on the Devil Lord's face, he trembled again and knelt down. "Devil Lord, I did not do a good job. Please punish me. What is going on? How could you leave him here alone so late at night?" Amo's voice was so cold that it could freeze ice. Head steward Himu felt bitter in his heart. He never thought that this little ancestor could cry so much. Ever since the great Devil Master and Yi Tianli left, he had been crying nonstop. One moment, he cried for his mother, and the next moment he cried and said, "Nianma will be good. Mommy will come back." No matter how hard he tried to coax her, she wouldn't budge. He almost suspected that the child was made of water. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding, and head steward Himu had many things to do, so he didn't have time to hold the child often. The child was crying so much that in his anxiety, he locked him up in a small dark room, hoping to teach him a lesson. Of course, he was also afraid that he would get into an accident. The walls of the small dark room were soft, so even if he bumped around inside, he wouldn't have any problems. After locking up the little fellow, he went to do other things. By the time head steward Himu thought of him again, for hours had already passed. In the end, he was still worried and ran back. From afar, he could still hear the little fellow's heart-wrenching cries. That voice was already hoarse. His heart tightened, and he finally realized that locking him in the dark room would not work. It would only make things worse. He quickly carried him out and comforted him for a long time. Chapter 1600. In order to stop the little fellow's cries, head steward Himu even did something as unstylish as crawling on the ground like a turtle. Only then did the little fellow's loud cries turn into small sobs, perhaps because he had cried for too long. The little fellow was also tired. He fell asleep before the sky even turned dark. Head steward Himu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He carried the little fellow back to his room and placed him on his bed. Unexpectedly, he woke up again as soon as he was put down. As soon as he woke up, he cried for his mommy and wanted to sleep in her room. Head steward Himu was so annoyed by the little fellow's tantrum that his mommy wouldn't want him anymore if he cried again. She would completely abandon him. She wouldn't see him for the rest of her life. This sentence was very effective. The little fellow finally stopped crying and obediently stayed in head steward Himu's room. Perhaps the little fellow's Shun Julie genes were too strong. He had a slight obsession with cleanliness. Head steward Himu's bed was so clean, but he still disliked it. After he was put on it, he refused to crawl under the covers. He couldn't scold him either. If he did, he would cry. Head steward Himu had no choice but to have a new bed made and new bedding. Only then did the little fellow reluctantly crawl under the covers and fall asleep. Head steward Himu was tormented by him for a day. It was more tiring than climbing a mountain for a day. He still had a lot of work to do, so after the little fellow fell asleep, he went out to do his work. After a few hours, he dragged his tired body back to find that the little ancestor on the little bed was gone. He clearly knew how important the little fellow was to the Devil Master. In his panic, he had no choice but to search desperately. Fortunately, he still remembered that the little fellow wanted to sleep with his mother, so he came here with the intention of giving it a try. He didn't expect to find the little fellow and the Devil Master to come back. Seeing the Devil Master's unkind expression, he could only kowtow and apologize. He briefly explained what had happened. Aimo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pursed his lips and didn't know what to feel. He reprimanded head steward Heimu and ordered him to do a few things. Only then did he carry the little fellow into his room. The little fellow had clearly jumped out of stone. He could talk and run as soon as he was born, and even knew how to fight. This kind of child would be a strange existence in any of the 6 realms. Aimo thought that children like him were the strongest, but he didn't expect him to fall sick and have a fever. After entering the bedroom, Shinyenma finally knew that he would not be thrown out. He breathed a sigh of relief. Children always like to sleep. Moreover, he had been busy the whole day. Coupled with his illness, he almost fell asleep when Gu Shijio put him on the bed. Perhaps he was afraid of being left alone. Even though he was half asleep, his little hand was still tightly gripping on Mo's sleeve. Aimo had wanted to give him some medicine, but as soon as she got up and tugged at her sleeve, he burst into tears again. His 2 little hands flailed in the air as he cried for his mommy. This child was extraordinarily insecure. Aimo's eyes also stung slightly. He had no choice but to carry him, find him some medicine, and feed him. Shinyenma was a good boy. As long as his mother carried him, he would not struggle. No matter how bitter the medicine was, he could swallow it with a frown. Aimo massaged him once more, tossing and turning for a full 2 hours before he was finally covered in sweat. The little fellow's physical fitness was still very strong. After sweating, his high fever finally subsided. He was probably exhausted. Once the fever subsided, he fell asleep very quickly. Aimo lay next to him. The little fellow was like a dog's skin plaster, sticking close to her as he slept. Chapter 16:01. What happened today must have traumatized him. Even in his deep sleep, he would occasionally sob and murmur, "Nyenma will be a good boy. Mommy, don't lose Nyenma." His big head snuggled in her arms before he could continue to sleep. Aimo opened his eyes and looked at the top of the bed. His eyes were flickering with uncertainty. She raised her hand to touch her forehead. Intuitively, she felt that her carefree life was coming to an end. This little guy had only been with her for a day, but he had already become her weakness. She turned to look at the child beside her and carefully observe his eyebrows and eyes. She had already treated his eyes. The swelling had gradually subsided and returned to its original appearance. At this moment, his eyelashes were still a little playful. They covered his eyes and formed a dense silhouette, which made people want to kiss them. Suddenly, she smiled gently. If your child was still alive, he should be as cute as him. Somewhere in her heart, there was a sudden pain. It was as if a long-sealed scar had been exposed. She touched her chest with her fingers. She did not know who she was trying to persuade. Silly, that child is not meant to be with you. Let it go. Only by letting it go can you be free. Haven't you lived a good life for the past 3 years? She felt inexplicably impetuous in her heart. She pursed her lips tightly. She looked at her fingertips and realized that her spell seemed to be a little ineffective. Perhaps she should strengthen it? She closed her eyes, and a faint red light appeared on her fingertips. Once again, she suppressed the inexplicable emotions in her heart and suppressed them to the corner of her memory. She did not want them to come back again. When the red light disappeared, her beautiful face finally returned to its usual calmness. She smiled with satisfaction and fell into a deep sleep. There was a sea of people. It was a splendid sight. The engagement ceremony between the Devil Lord and the most powerful hermit in the Celestial Kingdom naturally shocked the entire 6 realms. Early in the morning, the inside and outside of Mo Palace was already a world of people. People from all 6 realms came and went in and out of the palace. Almost all the leaders of the 6 realms were present. The Devil Lord liked peace and quiet, and didn't like too much noise and excitement. Therefore, the people who could enter the Mo Palace to congratulate the Devil Lord were all of relatively high status. Those whose ranks were too low would at most send their gifts to the door before they were sent away. The place where the engagement ceremony was held was not a palace, but a large square paved with jade. The plaza could hold thousands of people. At this moment, a jade platform was erected in the middle of the plaza. This platform was made of red agate, and it shone brightly under the sunlight. Around the high platform, there were countless seats arranged according to rank and color. The seats were divided into 6 colors, and the guests from the 6 realms were seated in their respective seats. The immortal realm sat in the white row, the devil realm sat in the red row, the ghost realm sat in the black row, the demon realm sat in the green row, the human realm sat in the blue row, and the beast realm sat in the yellow row. At the very front of each row were the leaders of the various realms. If one were to look down from the sky, the 6 colors were neat and orderly. It was a magnificent sight. When it was almost noon, there were no empty seats in the square. Nearly 10,000 people had gathered there. The scene could no longer be described as shocking. In this engagement ceremony, some people were happy, while others were sad. The immortal world was relieved and happy, while the devil world was elated. As for the other 4 realms, some were indifferent. For example, the human realm and the ghost realm. Whether the immortal realm and the devil realm were like family or like fire and water, it had nothing to do with them. They were just there to watch. The honorable emperor of the human realm did not receive any special treatment when he came here. He even had to act according to the mood of others. Chapter 1602. On the other hand, the demons and beasts were a little worried. They were afraid that after the immortals and demons joined forces, they would come to deal with them. Their days might be even more difficult. Whether they were willing or not, they still had to participate in this event. When the bell rang in the distance, the ceremonial officer on the high platform finally shouted, "Venerable Ling Hua has arrived." Venerable Ling Hua was Yi Tianli's title. He rode a hexagonal red flame beast and floated down, standing on a high platform. As soon as he landed, he won the cheers of the guests around him. Because it was an engagement, although he did not need to wear the red groom's red robe, he wore a purple robe to show the importance of this event. His appearance was unusually handsome, with sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a high nose and thin lips, and a white jade hairpin on his head. Purple represented luxury, and his purple robe was specially made. It had wide sleeves, and when it was opened, it looked like a purple cloud. A white jade pendant hung on his belt, shining brightly. In order to control the situation, he released his rare aura. The immortal aura on his body was awe-inspiring, and there seemed to be auspicious light lingering around his body. The moment he landed, it seemed that the coral red high platform beneath him had lost its color. Although he looked like a man in his 20s, everyone knew that his actual age was more than 10,000 years old. His martial arts were top-notch in the immortal world, not below the celestial emperor. Coupled with his handsome appearance, no matter where he went, he could cause a sensation. At this moment, there were many unmarried girls below the stage. When they saw him like this, many of them were already starry-eyed. The girls from the demon world were more shrewish, and they had already started cheering loudly. Yi Tianli's thin lips curved slightly. He was obviously used to this scene, neither servile nor overbearing. He bowed in a circle and said some polite words that could only be said in such an occasion. His voice was as clear as jade, and it reverberated throughout the square, pushing the atmosphere of the scene to a climax. Yi Tianli was calm on the surface, but he was still a little proud in his heart. Not everyone could handle this kind of situation. Look at the celestial emperor. When he looked at him, there seemed to be a light of envy in his eyes. The demon lord was the ruler of this world. To be able to marry her was a challenge and a pride. In the entire 6 realms, she was probably the only one who could match him. His suave attitude naturally won him another wave of cheers. Everyone was quite excited. After all, such a grand event was not something that could be seen every year. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the depths of Mo Palace. She wondered how the Devil Lord, who had been in the limelight recently, would dress up this time. What kind of demeanor would he have? Although the Devil Lord had been reincarnated for 3 years, she had not shown her face much in public, and the number of people who had seen her face was even fewer. Although there were rumors describing her appearance, seeing was better than hearing 100 times. Everyone still wanted to see for themselves. Just as everyone was waiting expectantly, the ceremonial officer shouted again, The Devil Lord has arrived." His shouts resounded through the sky, and even the white clouds floating in the sky seemed to tremble. Everyone looked in a certain direction, and then their eyes widened. A woman in red arrived on a cloud. The red-clothed girl looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. She was wearing a simple red dress. She didn't ride a flashy divine beast, nor did she wear any luxurious accessories. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the wind, and her red dress fluttered behind her. Chapter 16:03. She was extremely beautiful. She was so beautiful that there was no trace of anger in her. Although she still had a childish appearance, she had the charm of an adult woman. However, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was that she was carrying a delicate child in her arms. The baby looked to be only a few months old. He was wearing a small robe of the same color as her. His pair of big eyes seemed to be able to speak as he blinked. Many people in the world knew that the great Devil Master liked children, but they heard that she liked children who were around 6 or 7 years old. Most of the children in her palace were around this age. They did not expect that she would carry such a small child today. The woman in red fluttered her sleeves and landed on the high platform. Amo. Yi Qianli walked over and reached out to hold her hand, only to find that she was carrying the child in both hands. He could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Imo usually doted on the child, but now was the big day of the engagement. It was not appropriate for her to carry a child. "Greetings, great Devil Master." Except for the emperors, everyone else got up and knelt. Amo looked around and lazily said, "Rise." Her voice was cold and crisp. Everyone got up and sat down. The ceremonial officer stepped forward and asked, "Great Devil Master, shall we proceed with the ceremony?" Imo nodded. Yi Qianli stood side by side with her and sent a directed audio to her. "Imo, can you let the others carry the child first?" Imo smiled lazily. "I can carry the child myself. I don't need anyone else." She reached out and pinched Nianma's face. "Isn't that right, little thing?" She said this sentence in a normal tone. Shin Nianma immediately held Imo's arm and stared at Yi Qianli vigilantly. "Yes, I only want my mother. You are a bad guy. Don't even think about separating us." The little guy's voice was unusually loud. Almost everyone in the audience heard it. Everyone's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Mother. In this continent, this was not a title that could be used casually. Only biological children could use it. Did the great Devil Master have a son? Or was it because the great Devil Master and Yi Qianli could not control their feelings for each other these days? But it didn't seem right. The child seemed to be very wary of Yi Qianli. It didn't seem like his. Yi Qianli naturally knew what everyone was thinking. He coughed lightly and smiled. "Anmo, I know that this child was born from a stone. His origin is strange. It's not strange that you treat him as a treasure. I like him too. After we get married, I'll treat him like my own." It sounded like a passionate confession, but in fact it indirectly explained the origin of Shun Nianma to the people. Only then did everyone come to a sudden realization and stop making wild guesses. However, looking at the child, they all felt that it was rare. Nurtured in the stone? Wouldn't that mean he was born from heaven and earth? Normally, this kind of child was a genius who could seize the good fortune of heaven and earth. The celestial emperor of the celestial world stared intently at the child. He could vaguely see a faint light enveloping the child's body. That light was like a celestial, yet not celestial, like a demon, yet not a demon. It was very strange. The celestial emperor really wanted to take a good look at this child. He stood up and bowed to the Devil Master. "Devil Master, why don't you let me hold this child for you first? It would be inconvenient to hold him during the engagement ceremony." "No, I don't want an uncle to hold me. I only want my mother to hold me," Shin Nianma immediately said. The celestial emperor was speechless. He still looked like a young man. How did he become an uncle? Chapter 16:04. The celestial emperor was speechless. He still looked like a young man, right? How did he become an uncle? Imo casually said, "It is just a ceremony. I can handle it if you want to carry him." The little guy cried so much yesterday, and today he kept clinging to her and insisted that she carry him. It was rare for her to feel guilty about the child. so she carried him. She did not take the engagement ceremony seriously. It was just a formality. Carrying the child was nothing. She did everything according to her heart. If she liked it, she would do it. If she did not like it, she would not do it. She did not have the concept of good and evil. Since she was so insistent, no one dared to force her. Although Yi Tianli was unhappy, he could not say anything else. He looked up at the sky and gently said, "IMO, shall we start?" IMO nodded. Okay. Yi Tianli immediately signaled to the officiator. The officiator nodded and went to prepare. Shen Yimma was anxious. He looked around desperately. Why was his father not here yet? If his father did not come, his mother would not want him anymore. The engagement ceremony in this continent was different from other places. They needed to worship the heavens and earth. They also needed to pour the rootless water into the wine glass. The man and woman who were going to be engaged had to drip their blood into the glass and mix it with the wine. The man and woman shook the glass together. When the liquid in the glass was completely mixed, they used a spell to pour the wine on the ground. The bigger the area, the better. Yi Tianli felt that with his and Mo's kung fu, the wine would definitely turn into a rain of wine. It would be the best story in history. During the engagement ceremony, the fresher the rootless water, the better. It was best to get it on the spot at the beginning of the ceremony. That would be perfect. The rootless water could be collected by the officiator or by the man himself. It depended on the man's kung fu. This time, Yi Tianli naturally wanted to collect it himself. The officiator brought him a jade container that was specially used to collect the rootless water. The container was specially made. It was green like jade, and the shape was also antique. Yi Tianli took it in his hand and raised it high above his head. Under his sleeve, he cast a spell and murmured. After a while, clouds began to accumulate above his head, gradually forming a rain cloud. After a while, rain finally fell from the rain cloud. As the rain continued to fall, Yi Tianli spun in the air to catch the falling raindrops. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he finally caught half of the jade container. When he caught the raindrops, his movements were graceful and his purple robe swayed, earning him another round of applause. Admiration flashed in the eyes of the praising officer who often presided over ceremonies. He often caught this kind of rootless water, but in order to summon the rain clouds, it would take at least the time of an incense stick to burn for the raindrops to fall. Moreover, he could not catch all the raindrops that fell, so some of them would fall on the host-high platform. However, not a single drop fell from Yi Tianli. There was not a single drop of rain on the ground either. Other than the fact that there was a little too much rootless water in the jade container, there were no other flaws. It was perfect. Yi Tianli stood still. He looked at the cup calmly and smiled. Mo, I did not disappoint you. She slowly walked to Mo's side. We can begin now. He flicked his fingertip, and a drop of blood flew high into the air and fell into the wine glass-shaped container. Mo's eyes fell on the cup. She slightly hesitated. She raised her fingertip and was about to flick a drop of blood when Shen Yimma, who was in her arms, suddenly sneezed. Chapter 1605. Apparently, Yi Tianli was not prepared for this. He was waiting for Mo's blood to drip into the glass, so he could not avoid it and let a few drops of saliva into the glass. Shen Yimma's sneeze was so powerful that it even made the liquid in the glass ripple. Yi Tianli was speechless. Mo was speechless. All the guests were speechless. Yi Tianli's hand that was hidden in his sleeve was trembling. He was willing to bet that this kid did it on purpose. His handsome face was a little pale, but he could not lose his temper in front of a child in public. Shen Yimma looked at him innocently and even rubbed his nose with his little hand. He muttered, "My nose is itchy." And Mo raised her hand to touch his forehead. It was cool, and there were no signs of fever. She looked at the kid again and saw that he had already hugged her neck and put his head on her neck. He rubbed his head against her neck and said, "Mother, I feel dizzy." This kid's little face was tender, and his soft breath blew on her neck, making her heart warm. She wanted to scold him, but she swallowed back her words. Instead, she raised her hand and patted his back. "Be good." Yi Tianli could not say anything else at this time. The liquid needed to be worshipped and could not be blasphemed. There was a child's saliva in the glass, so it was considered dirty and could not be used again. He had to pour the liquid away and use the cleaning spell to clean the glass. Then he cast the spell again. Shen Yinma was still in his mother's arms. He was still very anxious. Where did his father go? Why was he not here yet? If he delayed any longer, the bad man who wanted to take his mother away would make the second glass. He could not sneeze again, could he? Moreover, Yi Tianli would certainly be prepared. He was afraid that the same trick would not work. Should he wait for Yi Tianli to bring the glass again and pee when he was not prepared? But he was not wearing open crotch pants. Shen Yinma was very troubled. He thought about it again and decided not to care anymore. If he could not do it, he would pee. Although he would wet his pants, his mother's clothes would also be wet. She had virgin urine on her body, so he could not hold the damn ceremony again. It was just a little embarrassing to wet his pants in public. Shen Yinma felt that he was going all out for the sake of the reunion of the three of them in the future. Just as he was desperately trying to come up with a bad idea, Yi Tianli finally finished his second cup. This time, he was obviously on guard against Shen Yinma. After he dripped his own blood into the bowl, he deliberately leaned to one side when he brought the bowl to IMO. He pinched his fingertips to prevent the little guy from sneezing again. IMO, it's done this time. Come, drip your blood in too. From now on, we're husband and wife. IMO raised his finger. Shen Yinma immediately closed his eyes and was about to urinate. Chi! A soft sound was heard. A white light flew out of nowhere and hit Yi Tianli's wine glass. Pa! The wine cup instantly shattered into a pile of dregs that couldn't be picked up. Yi Tianli was speechless. Why was there so much trouble today? He suddenly raised his head and shouted angrily, "Who is it?" Everyone was also shocked by the sudden appearance of the white light. The speed of the white light was too fast. Even with so many people present, no one could see where the white light came from. "It's me." A voice came from the clouds. The voice was as cold as snow and as clear as jade. A short word was like an ice bead that heavily plucked the strings of everyone's heart. Chapter 1606. It's me. A voice came from the clouds. That voice was as cold as snow and as clear as jade. That one word was like an ice bead that plucked at everyone's heartstrings. Following this voice, a white figure floated down from the sky. Jade as the spirit, snow as the bones, clouds as the clothes, and the moon as the face. When the white figure landed on the high platform, it was as if the whole world had become cool. His wide white robe fluttered behind him like a cloud, and his ink-black hair fluttered like a curtain. A deep sapphire headband was faintly discernible in his hair. He landed there calmly, and the beauty of his facial features seemed to be unable to be described with words. His eyes were like the waves of the sea, and his thin lips were like a cloud of peonies. Every curve was perfect. When his eyes turned, it was as if the waves of the sea were gently patting him. Everyone who looked at him felt their hearts beat up and down like a drum. He just casually glanced down, but everyone felt like they were being stared at. The men all shivered, and the women all felt their hearts beat wildly. His temperament was extremely cold, like the clouds in the high sky, like the ice on the high mountains. He was just casually standing there, but he exuded a noble and lofty aura. This aura seemed to come from his bones, and even if people didn't know his identity, they would still have the urge to kneel down and worship him. Silence. Extreme silence. In the big square, there were nearly 10,000 people. At this moment, everyone was completely silent. Almost everyone held their breath. It was as if breathing out was blasphemous to the person on the high platform. No matter how bold a woman was, she would not dare to scream. When this person landed, everything in the world seemed to automatically become his background. General Manager Himu stood below the stage with his mouth wide open. This person, where did he come from? He was not a guest at all. Although there were many guests, and he could not recognize them all, such a super existence would cause a sensation no matter where he appeared, right? It was impossible for him not to know. More importantly, he faintly felt that this person was a little familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Yi Tianli's eyes fell on the man who suddenly appeared. His pupils shrank slightly. He had never seen this person before, but when he was on guard, he could still easily break the jade in his palm. This man's martial arts were not simple. It could almost be described as unfathomable. This person was obviously here to cause trouble, and in such a high-profile way. Yi Tianli's 2 consecutive drinks were ruined by someone, and he was in a bad mood, especially when this man appeared and took away everyone's attention. It made him even more unhappy. Yi Tianli had always been good at self-restraint. As the first lord in the Celestial Kingdom, it was necessary to have good self-restraint. Therefore, although he was very unhappy in his heart, he still showed a calm expression on his face. He was neither anxious nor impatient. "Who are you? What's the meaning of breaking my cup?" His voice was gentle and sharp. He stood there in his purple robe and subconsciously released his aura. He was not much weaker than the man in front of him. "Father, he is my father." Shen Yanma, who was in on Mo's arms, finally called out. His crisp and soft voice echoed throughout the square. He was extremely excited. His father had finally arrived. He finally didn't need to use a virgin boy's urine to force his mother to go back and change clothes. He waved his little hands and was so happy that his eyes turned into crescent moons. He was so happy that he almost flew into the air. Yi Tianli was speechless. How could a child who jumped out of a rock have a father? Chapter 16:07. Naturally, he did not take Shen Yanma's words to heart. He stared at the man in white and asked, "Who are you?" The man in white was Shen Juli. He smiled faintly and looked at Shen Yanma. "The child called me father." Shen Yanma added, "He is my biological father." He proudly raised his little head and hugged on Mo's neck to ask again, "Isn't that right, mother?" Father, mother, child. These names were like a bomb that shocked everyone present. Everyone's expression could only be expressed with one word: zero. Yi Tianli paused and smiled. "So, you're the child's godfather. It seems that when he was in the stone, you were the one who took care of him. This is nothing. May I know why you are here this time? Are you here to take the child back?" He tried his best to smooth things over, trying to dissolve the increasingly strange atmosphere. Shen Jili was too lazy to pay attention to him. His eyes fell on IMO and smiled. "It has been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" His voice was soft and low, as pleasant as a guqin. It was also like the spring breeze blowing through the treetops. It warmed people's hearts in an instant. IMO tilted her head and looked at him. Her eyes were deep and clear like glass. Finally, she spoke. Her voice was as indifferent as usual. "Who are you?" After this sentence, the atmosphere became even more awkward. Everyone was guessing the man's identity and the cause of the whole incident. Naturally, at this time, everyone's gossipy cells began to be activated. They had already imagined a melodramatic drama. Shen Juli's eyes narrowed slightly. There was a flash of sadness in his eyes, but he smiled. "You don't know? Well, there is still a long way to go. It is not too late for us to get to know each other again." His words were filled with an invisible, domineering aura and determination to win, which made the people below the stage shocked again. IMO smiled lazily and was not moved. "What qualifications do you have for me to get to know each other again?" Shen Yanma quickly said, "Mother, he is Yanma's father. He should also be your husband. Mother, you have to acknowledge him. He has worked very hard to find you for a long time. Yanma has also worked very hard." Although the boy's words could not be trusted, there was too much information contained in his somewhat incoherent words. Everyone felt that it would take them a while to digest. Imo looked at Shen Jili again and suddenly smiled. "So you're here to find a wife. Unfortunately, I'm not the one you're looking for. Although I was the one who delivered this child, he is not my flesh and blood. If he is indeed your child, you could take him with you." She handed Shen Yanma over to Gu Shijiao. Shen Yanma's facial expression changed, and he cried again. He turned around and desperately held Mo's arm. "Mother, do you always like to abandon me?" Mother promised not to abandon Yanma again. His tears came as he wished, rolling down like pearls. Mo could be cruel to anyone, but she could not resist the tears of this little ancestor. She originally wanted to throw the little brat to the man who claimed to be his father, but when he cried, her heart softened slightly. She hesitated for a moment, and the little brat had already grabbed her arm. His two little hands held on tightly, and she couldn't shake him off even if she wanted to. She would have to use a spell, but she couldn't use it on this little brat. Therefore, the little ancestor naturally lay on her body again. He hugged her like a koala and could not be pulled away. Chapter 1608. This scene made the demon master lose a lot of face. Almo's calm mask almost cracked. "Shut up. Don't cry," she yelled at him. Shin Nianma's little body trembled, and he looked at her with tears in his eyes. "Mother, you are scolding me." His little mouth was pouting more and more, and his tears were about to turn into a downpour. "Nianma, be a good boy. If you are a man, don't cry." Amo finally understood that children should not be scolded, especially this boy. Otherwise, he would cry until there was a river in the sky. She changed it to education. This sentence was almost blurted out. Shin Nianma was a docile donkey. Once his hair was smoothed, he was very obedient. The tears that were about to roll out of his eyes finally showed signs of recovery. "Well, Mother has taught me before that only girls like to cry, and boys should be men. They bleed, but not cry." It wasn't as if this brat didn't understand reason. Imo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It is good that you know. Don't cry." Shin Nianma rubbed his face against her chest. "As long as you don't abandon me, I will not cry. I will be a man." This boy was not an ordinary person who changed the rudder according to the wind. He even knew how to threaten. Mo's head swelled from his rubbing. For a moment, he couldn't decide whether to continue throwing him out or not. She regretted bringing this boy to the scene. Hugging him in her arms, her dignity was almost gone. No matter how good Yi Tianli was at this time, his handsome face was gloomy. He coughed softly. "Mo, we don't have to care about irrelevant people. Let's continue with the engagement ceremony." Mo closed her eyes slightly. When she opened her eyes again, she was already at ease. She casually pointed at Shin Nianma's body a few times, and in front of Shin Nianma's big eyes, she encircled him in a light red wizardry barrier and suspended him behind her. She flicked her clothes as if she was trying to get rid of the irrelevant people and things. She smiled gently. Okay. Her smile was sweet, but there was an indescribable evil aura. It made people who saw her smile feel nervous. Yi Tianli finally let out a sigh of relief. As long as Mo agreed to marry him, everything else was fine. The celestial emperor of the celestial world finally reacted. He stood up and said, "That's right. Today is the big day of the Devil Lord and the Supremacy's engagement. Don't miss the auspicious time." In any case, the marriage between the immortal realm and the demon lord was the only way to bring peace to the six realms. As for the white-robed man who appeared later, although his bearing was also extraordinary, his origins were unknown. No one could even tell where he came from. The celestial realm naturally didn't want him to ruin this great marriage. Therefore, when the celestial emperor spoke, the people from the other immortal realms immediately agreed. This time, many people from the immortal realms had come to support the celestial emperor. Their agreement had a shocking effect. Yi Tianli straightened his back and glanced at Shun Juli proudly. He wanted to see if Shun Juli would restrain himself after being isolated. It would be best if Shun Juli left obediently. Shun Juli stood there. He didn't feel uneasy about being isolated in this world. His face was as calm as water. He looked down at the crowd and echoed loudly. His eyes were like ice water. Under the baptism of his gaze, those who were loudly echoing unconsciously lowered their voices. Finally, they all shut up. Shun Juli finally opened his mouth to speak after the restless voices had died down. Chapter 1609. He looked at Ning Xiumao. "I heard that the demon lord once said that she would marry the strongest person in the world. Everyone in the mythical continent knew this. So, Imo did not deny it. That's right." Shun Juli smiled. He did not smile easily, but ever since he came to the stage, he had smiled more often than before. "That's good," he said without hesitation. Then he looked at Yi Tianli. His voice was still as calm as water, but his words were no less than a balm. "Then you don't have to marry her. You are not the strongest." Under the watchful eyes of so many people, Yi Tianli could not hold it in even if he had good self-control. He sneered and his eyes turned cold. You have to take responsibility for what you said. I am the strongest person in the 6 realms, and I am recognized as the strongest person in the 6 realms. Someone immediately agreed. That's right. The Venerable One is the strongest in the 6 realms. He earned this title with his own strength, and it is not an undeserved reputation. Yes, I was there when he competed with the strongest person in the 6 realms. Yi Qianli looked at Shun Juli again and smiled. Everyone's eyes are sharp. What else do you have to say? Shun Juli asked. You said that I am not the strongest. Then who is the strongest? Shun Juli slowly tidied up his sleeves and replied faintly. I am. Yi Qianli sneered. I don't know where you came from. Who on this continent knows you? How can you be sure that you are the strongest? Shun Juli finally looked at him. Does being the strongest have anything to do with one's background? He then turned to IMO. The Demon Lord only said that she wants to marry the strongest person in the 6 realms, right? Did you specify that I need to verify my background? IMO pursed her lips. She replied indifferently, no. Shun Juli smiled. That's it. As long as Momo marries the strongest, and I prove that I am the strongest, Momo will marry me, right? IMO. She couldn't deny it. The Celestial of the Arch below the stage couldn't hold himself back any longer. He stood up and asked, Then how do you prove that you're the most powerful being? Shun Juli's gaze returned to Yi Qianli. Since he is the strongest person on this continent, wouldn't it be enough if I defeat him? Yi Qianli, Shun Juli looked down at him condescendingly. Or is Venerable Yi afraid to accept the challenge? Yi Qianli took a deep breath. He had been in this continent for many years, so he was not a rookie. He was not someone who could be intimidated by a few words. He raised his head slightly and chuckled. So you are here to cause trouble. It's not that I don't dare to accept the challenge, but today is the wedding day of my engagement with the Demon Lord. It's not that I don't want to fight, but today is the wedding day of my engagement with the Demon Lord. If Your Excellency wants to compete, why don't you wait for me to complete this ceremony before choosing another day to compete with Your Excellency? He was also very cunning. His words were not degrading, and he could continue to complete the engagement ceremony without being criticized by others. Shun Juli's lips curled up. How could he not see through Yi Qianli's scheme? Since the Demon Lord wants to be engaged to the strongest person, how can you complete this engagement ceremony now that your identity as the strongest person has not been confirmed? Do you take the Demon Lord's oath as a joke? Shun Juli did not bicker with others easily. In his opinion, it was best to act quickly. Chapter 16:10. Shun Juli was not one to bicker with others easily. In his opinion, the fastest way was to act. However, just because he did not want to bicker with others did not mean that he would not say anything. Once he opened his mouth, his words would be as straightforward as his personality. It would be impossible for others to ignore him even if they wanted to. Yi Qianli was speechless. He could not find the words to refute him. Shun Juli took another step forward. Or do you think that you are no match for me and do not dare to accept the challenge? Yi Qianli took a deep breath and snorted. You are just trying to provoke me. I will not. He was about to marry his wife, and he did not want to add unnecessary variables. That's right. Venerable Yi is recognized as the strongest. There's really no need to waste time by competing with others. If at this time, a few people casually come up and say that they want to challenge Venerable Yi, wouldn't it be a mess? In my opinion, it is more important to hold the ceremony first. Don't miss the auspicious time. The Heaven Emperor also stood up for Yi Qianli. Are you afraid of missing the auspicious time? Shun Juli looked up at the sun that was about to move to the middle of the sky and smiled faintly. It won't be missed. He waved his sleeve, and a faint white light instantly enveloped the entire place. After the white light dissipated, everyone stared at the hourglass not far away. The hourglass had stopped flowing, and the treetops in the distance were tilted to one side as if they were frozen. Everything that was moving came to a standstill in an instant. Even the rolling clouds in the sky stopped there, not moving at all. The only thing that could move was the people present. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. The Heaven Emperor's eyes were almost fixed on Shun Juli. You are... Time has stopped, Shun Juli said slowly. Before the outcome of the battle is decided, the auspicious hour will not come. When he was with Ning Xiuma, she unintentionally mentioned the movie You from the Stars that she watched in the modern world. She said that the professors in the movie were able to stop time. She only mentioned it at that time, but it aroused his interest. Therefore, he took Ning Xiuma to travel and train her while studying the time-stop technique on his own. He was a god, and there were very few spells in this world that could truly baffle him. As long as he researched, there was no spell that he could not succeed. After he finished his research, he didn't even have time to show it off in front of Ning Xiuma before the following incident happened. Now, he finally used it at such a crucial moment. His cold voice resounded throughout the entire place, causing everyone to be stunned. The leaders of the 6 realms looked at each other. The word shock could be seen on their faces. There was no one on this continent who could use this technique. Who was this man? He actually knew such a powerful spell. Originally, they were still suspicious of Shun Juli's challenge to Yi Tianli. They thought that this person was just here to cause trouble and delay the auspicious hour. Now that he had revealed this move, everyone finally took it seriously. The leaders of the demon realm and the beast realm were eager to ruin this marriage. So they immediately said, "This brother's words are reasonable. Why don't Venerable Yi compete with this brother? That way, everyone will be convinced." Yes, the demon lord is marrying the strongest person. If Venerable Yi doesn't accept the challenge, I'm afraid people will not be convinced. Yes, we haven't seen Venerable Yi show his skills for a long time. Anyway, time is still now, so there's no need to worry about missing the auspicious hour. Why don't Venerable Yi fight with this brother?